Help you visualize the ideas and have a perfect outfit. Design is where aesthetics meets functionality. When thinking touches the surface, making itself useful, touching the heart of your mind. Individuality is what you want to offer. Uniqueness is what you make it. We see ourselves as co-designers of our design wishes. That's how we can partners in our success. Our origin is the co-creation to our ages to our future. Since we know where we come from, we also know where we want to go. Our products know it too. They must try. They must try. Perfection is more than showing to our feelings. It is our way of showing respect to natural materials. Our way of bringing production and capacity to interaction. Change has been our constant for 130 years, and we're doing it again. Change. Innovation and collaboration.
Good evening, everyone. I request everybody to please take your seats. We are about to begin the event in 5 minutes.
Lighting influences our lives, from setting the mood to defining productivity, safety, and aesthetics. Light plays a pivotal role in our everyday experiences. Enter withdrawal and institutional trend with the help of light and improve wellness. For 3 decades, we have been revolutionizing light seating solutions, enhancing our lives and offices, spaces, and even the outdoors. Imagine a world where having solutions not only into demand, but also enhance our lives. Innovative technologies that prioritize human wellness, actually glare lights that reduce accidents on our streets, while providing security through these aren't just lights, they're guardians of safety, bringing comfort to pedestrians and from the clock. Now let's move into it. Imagine the experience. We're a tourist city. These are moments where human-centered design takes center stage, and it's not just about light. Consider seating solutions that are fostering stress-free and comfortable living conditions. These are spaces that truly function, that understand the balance between function and income. Art's dedication to centric design, visualizing democracy and interact with our surroundings. This is the future of life, and it's a future that we ensure. But Rose vision extends beyond the confines of offices and homes. We're eliminating the path to a more sustainable future with our outdoor lighting solutions protecting wildlife, our skies. We're committed to green building and well standards, fostering environments that are not only efficient, but also powerful and join with our commercial and institutional business as we take a step towards human spaces, a world where lighting and seating solutions are designed to
Good evening, everyone. I request everybody behind to please come forward and take your seats. We are about to begin. Everybody at the stalls, please come forward and take your seats. Thank you so much, everyone, and good evening once again. On behalf of ITP Media India, I welcome you all to Architects and Interiors India's Design Debate Show. I'd like to thank each one of you for joining us today in a gathering that exudes art and design from each corner. I'm Shiraz Khan, and I will be your host for this evening. Architects and Interiors India's flagship property design debate is all about taking on contested topics in the field of architecture and design and creating a platform to know the thoughts and views of the masters in the industry through panel discussions. It is a multi-city event where every month we head to a new exciting city, and we're proud to have conducted over 36 editions so far. And it gives me immense pleasure to host our 37th edition in Vizag, the city of destiny, known for its beaches, ancient Buddhist sites, and the natural environment surrounding the Eastern Ghats. The theme of this year being monumental architecture versus inclusive architecture, we are looking forward to an exciting panel discussion that will merge the blurred lines between grandeur and inclusivity. We are delighted and grateful to bring together the industry experts from the world of architecture and design, and we look forward to an intriguing panel discussion coming ahead. So, welcome to this evening, replete with knowledge sharing, and let us have a huge round of applause for Architects and Interiors India's design debate in the jewel of East Coast, Vizag. So to begin with, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Indrajit Saoji, Group Publishing Director of ITP Media Group, the person who has ideated this platform to kindly deliver the opening address. So can we please have you on stage? Can we please have a huge round of applause for him? Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskaram, Visakhapatnam. Namaskaram. A warm welcome to Design Debate here in Visakhapatnam. As I stand in the city known for its stunning coastline, rich history, and vibrant cultural legacy, I am reminded of architecture's unique power to reflect and uplift a community. as far as I know, it's the only profession that has the capacity not only to impact generations, but to change the skyline of any city, to create history, and to live through your creation, even though after you are gone. As they say, architecture after architect. A huge round of applause for this profession with all of you here. This is my first time in Vizag, and when we were landing, I was stuck looking at the amazing sights outside the aircraft. And today morning, when we were taking a stroll across the beach, I was amazed to see the pristine beaches and the clean waters. And we have always been traveling the globe to go to these clean beaches, and I was amazed to see the beaches here. And more on that, Abhitya was telling me a while back that there are only two cities in the world where you have the ocean and the red mountains coexisting. It seems God's own architect had built this marvel for you guys. Yes, it can be louder, it's for your city. Visakhapatnam, with a blend of ancient heritage and modern growth, captures the harmony between tradition and the progress that lies at the heart of every Indian city. Imagine for a moment a space where ideas and philosophies are shared not just in words, but through the architectural marvel and thoughtful spaces that surround us. Visakhapatnam embodies the spirit, a city where each building, each street holds stories that connect the past, present, and future in a meaningful way. Visakhapatnam, tonight's theme, monumental architecture versus inclusive architecture, is an invitation to explore the balance between the grandeur of iconic structures and the warmth of spaces that welcomes everyone. Rather than opposing forces, I believe, these elements can coexist, complementing each other to create environments that are captivating while fostering a sense of belongingness. After all, what makes a structure truly monumental is not only its scale or appearance, but its ability to serve, welcome, and touch the lives of people from all walks of life. How do we create spaces that are all aspiring while ensuring that everyone feels at home? Isn't that a core question every architect asks themselves daily? Is it? Do you? I am waiting for an answer.
It's too low, yes.
So how do we create such spaces? Fortunately, this evening we are privileged to hear from the incredible lineup of speakers we have. The subject expert, each bringing a unique perspective to this conversation. I'd like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to each one of you who have gathered here, joining us in this journey as we continue the design debate series across 36 cities, and this is the 37th edition of this design debate. Launched in 2022, the series has sparked fresh, meaningful conversations around architecture, broadening perspectives in the cities throughout the country. A while back, Krishnanji was asking me like, why design debate and why these big towns in specific. So design debate, we started to reach out to like each and every nook and corner of the country where creativity is actually happening rather than focusing only on metros. So we try to reach out, we try to bring in the talent from these big towns onto the national forum, and that's how design debate started. Now, a special welcome and our gratitude to architect Narasimha Raoji, our keynote speaker tonight, who will share his invaluable insights on this theme. Let's have, yeah, a bit of applause for him. A special thank you also goes to our event curator, the young and dynamic architect Abhigya, who has wholeheartedly lent her support and kept no stone unturned, no stone unturned to make this happen. Thank you, Abhigya. Thanks a lot. This event wouldn't have been possible without our esteemed panelists. We are honored by the presence of our esteemed panelists, both from the Doyens as well as from the next gen. Architect Krishna Kasi, PRB Rao sir, SLN Shastri sir, and of course Nasimha Rao sir. Each brings a wealth of experience and wisdom tonight for tonight's discussion. And representing the next gen panel are Aditya Kambata, BMN Chakrabarti, Pratipya, K. Ramesh Naidu, and Soban CH. A lineup of talented architects who bring fresh perspective and innovative ideas. Let's give them all a warm round of applause, please. I would also especially like to mention our esteemed sponsors, without which this event would have shaped up. A special mention to our for the generous support to our associate partners, Eduke and Wipro. Here, I would like to specially mention about Subhendu Ganguly sir, Managing Director, Eduke, who has always been a great support for all our initiatives. When we started way back in 2008 in India, when ITP launched, he was the very first client we have signed up, and he has stood by us since then in thick and thins and have always inspired us. A veteran, a pioneer in the field, he's widely regarded as the father of aluminum building systems and fenestration industry in India. Through his vision and dedication, he has developed and uplifted the industry in the country, creating a foundation that architects and designers benefit from today. And today, we'll have an opportunity to hear from him. A round of applause for Mr. Ganguly. We are also grateful to our category partner, Fundamax, Ozone, and Marble Center International. Fundamax inspires us with their beautiful and resilient materials. Ozone brings in excellence in architectural hardware solutions. IDO offers intelligent and aesthetic interior solutions. You will hear it more from Niranjan Desai, who is a subject expert on this matter, and he'll tell you how you can make your monumental structures accessible. Marble Center, they push the boundaries of design through their aspirational range of stone collection from across the globe. Today we have Mr. Jaikumar Niranjan, who has traveled the globe to find these masterpieces. He has personally handpicked these masterpieces from across the world to bring it to you here. They all have an amazing display. They have created experience center, small experience center behind the hall. I request you all to kindly visit them once you have time, after the show, and have a look at what all they are displaying and what all experiences they have created. Each of these partners have curated these displays specially for you. Just before I hand over the forum to Shiraz, I would also like to share a small video on what exactly IGP Media is and what we do throughout the year. Can we have that? So this is what we do. And the second last slide you saw in the video was of Aces of Spaces Architect and Interiors India Design Awards, which are one of the biggest and most recognized awards for the design industry in India. The nominations are underway for this. Currently, the nominations have just opened. You can log on to architectandinterioursindia.com and send in your entries. The entire process is online. Probably you will also get a mail from my team tomorrow in your mailbox, pushing you to send in your nominations. Please do participate. Through our publication, events, and media platform, we aim to foster conversation and provide valuable insights that support and shape the profession in our community. The presentations also capture our journey, our mission, and initiatives that drives us forward. As we delve into tonight's discussion, let's bring curiosity, openness, and shared vision for creating architecture that is not only striking, but inclusive, welcoming, and inspiring at the same time. May tonight's debate spark ideas that stand the test of time and create spaces that are warmly embraces everyone who enters. Let me take this opportunity to also applaud my team. You have seen our young and dynamic host Shiraz Khan. She has spent 2 sleepless nights to put this together. A round of applause for her. Then I have my 2 strong pillars, Tarun Ledwani and Priyanka Jharwal. These are the 2 people who have worked shoulder to shoulder with me to put this together for you. And of course, like the hotel, they have a lovely team and they are taking really good care of everyone, I suppose. led by Gautam, Roshan, and the lovely GM Abhishek. Like, they have been a great support, and they promise to serve the best food in Visakhapatnam tonight. And thank you once again for being here today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy your evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and for appreciating and acknowledging everybody's hard work and contribution to this event. So, Architects and Interiors India's design debate aims at presenting the most trusted and reputed brands in the field of architecture and interior design. And having said that, I present to you all a brand that offers lightweight aluminium window and door systems. May we please have the AV? Thank you to the team of LUK for the AV. I would now like to invite Mr. Subendu Ganguly, the Managing Director of LUK, to kindly come on stage and present further about their range of innovative doors and windows. Can we please have you on stage? Can we please have a huge round of applause?
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Let me quickly introduce LUK, but I will take a diversion from the concept, common way of presenting the product and a company, because you have already seen the review of the company, and what we have shown are not a series of windows, but I would say we have shown a series of the type of fashion that represents our products. So to start with quickly, who we are. So this is the presence of alumni all over India now. All the dots are represented here. They are the alumni homes spanning across the east and west and north and south of India, hosting a series of luxurious aluminum fenestration and facade products for all of you to come there and experience all the products. Aluke is basically a European company with our major business hubs in Western Europe, but we are in US, we are also in South America and Brazil, we are in Middle East for last 25 years. We started Indian operation 10 years ago, and we are the fastest growing aluminum building systems company in India. We also have operations in China for last several years. We have our own manufacturing of hardware fittings, and that's why we say our systems are proprietary in nature, because we don't use third-party accessories in our aluminum profiles. We have integrated profile and accessory system that shapes the ultimate luxury windows. Now, having said that, tonight I am going to take you through some fundamental topics, very interesting topics. Sitting and standing in the city of destiny, let me tell you how our products can offer a better destiny to the Mother Earth and also to all of us. And starting with the fundamental question is that among so many building materials that we have for making windows and doors and facade, why aluminium? Why aluminium? Because today the world is talking about carbon neutral future. Probably except one gentleman who is recently elected as the US president. And yesterday I saw him making a statement that let's go back to fossil fuel. But I think the world doesn't agree with him. So aluminium is sustainable. Aluminium lives on for a great future. Imagine that you construct a building with a life cycle of 50 years. And imagine the aluminum windows over there. And after the building is demolished, what happens to the aluminum? Those aluminum metal will go to the demelt and can come back in the form of a foil to package your food, or can come back as a structure that is used in Tesla or in aeroplane, or can come back again as extrusion, again forming a life cycle, right? So aluminum never goes to grave, unlike some of the competing materials we have. We are talking about sustainability. Sustainability means that you are using a product that never dies. And in fact, the continuity of life cycle in different form makes aluminum a very interesting metal. And that's why probably 75% of all the aluminum produced in the world till the date of its inception still is in productive use. The loop is never closed. So we say it's a cradle to cradle approach. So when it is a green building or any energy efficient building, it is aluminum. Recycled aluminum, for your information, uses only 5% of the energy that is required to convert alumina to aluminum in smelting process. In fact, the whole of the developed world today talking about ESG, EPD, carbon neutrality is very, very important. And therefore, in those countries, when there is a project, they ask the question, how much carbon neutral your product is. Today, the discussion has already started, but we are still far away from there, what they are doing. But this is going to be very relevant in coming days. Now, coming to the metal itself, when we say aluminum, aluminum is stylish and sympathetic. And when you talk about a debate like monumental versus inclusive, aluminum has the advantage to be on the both sides of the story. If it is grandeur, you have 100-story towers. We are building, as I speak today, a 64-story tower in Bombay. And you know, when you build a tower like that, the windows are not normal. It has to withstand the typhoons. And at the 50th floor, the weather is completely different. So we talk about technology, we talk about air tightness, water tightness, and wind resistance. And that's why you need technology to support that kind of products. That is only possible probably in aluminum. Have you seen, ladies and gentlemen, a facade of a tall building made with any other structure? Very rarely. Maybe 99% of the facade uses aluminum. Because aluminum has the strength, high strength to weight ratio. It offers very low weight to the foundation. That's why it is impact. And it is stylish because that's the material for you. Gentlemen, all of you, the architects, you are not a good friend of engineers. Because you give us all the time, we engineers work on your challenge. We are not good friends sometimes because you give us difficult challenge. And that's why we exist. You dream of shapes that we can form because aluminum as a metal can be extruded, steel cannot be extruded. And when you extrude, you can extrude different shapes. And with the expertise of companies like Alute, with 70 years of R&D experience worldwide, we can give any shape and realize your dream. And most importantly, aluminum offers a host of color and texture. Imagine anything in a house or interior. The first thing we look at, even if you like the shape and feel of it, the first thing we look at is the color. If we don't like the color, we don't take the sofa set. If we don't like the color, we don't go for the paint. The first thing is color and texture. That's why aluminum offers you a rainbow of opportunity. When you talk about colors and texture, that comes with 25 years warranty and virtually unlimited design potential. And then comes, okay, we understood about aluminum, but why systems? I'm going to explain you in a very simple way. You see the figure here. Doesn't it look disjointed? It is disjointed because the component used in this figure, they are not compatible to each other. You can see a lot of gaps, and that's exactly the fate of about 2 lakh tons of aluminum extrusion that is still trapped with local technology without any compatibility between the extrusion and the accessories. And that's why those windows creak, those windows leaks and offer a very bad experience to all of you. It is because of the incompatibility of design elements. One extruder is producing extrusion. They are very happy to sell tons. They don't think about your windows. Another hardware manufacturer, he is making rollers and handles. He doesn't think about which window it will be fitted or which extrusion profile will be used. They are two different entities. That's why there is completely incompatibility. There is no focus on the end product, no proper tools and machines to combine the elements, no reference standard. You know, thank God that at least now, few months ago in the month of June, Bureau of Indian Standard came out with 2 specifications, 2 codes, the first edition of codes which specify the standard of aluminum windows. More stringent regulation is going to come definitely, and we welcome that. And in this kind of product, there is no test of end product. When we talk about a system, you talk about a system that is tested for air permeability, water permeability, wind resistance, acoustics, and many other factors. And then only those products are commercialized. Now look at the contrast. What is actually the job of a system companies? First of all, aesthetics, very important. And that's your subject. We look at the architecture. For example, last few years, there is a trend that all the architects are demanding minimalistic architecture. And when it is minimalistic, we see a lot of shift from competing materials to aluminum. Because aluminum can offer you minimalistic, other materials probably cannot. And that's why the look, style, trends are followed by the aluminum extrusions. Then you have test standards, as I spoke, test specification. There is a performance. Okay, people look for acoustics, thermal efficiencies, the windows that cut your energy bills. Then you have a usability, and of course, it comes with warranty and life. And then, of course, there is the engineering, tolerance, standard method specification, quality parameters, and machines and manufacturing. So there is a company which is called a system company that looks at all these factors before they design an extrusion for the system and before they manufacture the accessory. And they even know how to combine those to deliver the final product. So, in a way, now the figure looks beautiful, right? It is properly jointed, there is no gap in between. Because all elements are designed together by one entity. Focus is on the end product. There is a specified tools and machines to combine the elements. Engineering standards are followed. A window can withstand, for example, 3000 Pascal of wind load, 300 Pascal of water pressure, 450 Pascal of air pressures. There are some brilliant laboratories in India today. There are 3 good laboratories in Mumbai, in Chennai, in Hyderabad. They actually offer third-party testing facilities. In fact, most of our project, we go for the testing in real life before the product is accepted by the consultants of the project. So innovation and craftsmanship are the core of our system. The myths, there are some myths about aluminum. For example, aluminum is not as versatile as steel. In fact, aluminum is a metal, steel is not. Steel is an alloy. So, in fact, what we are talking about steel versus aluminum. Steel is heavy, and as I said, aluminum offers very low weight to the foundation because it has the high strength to weight ratio. Where is sophistication? As I said, Tesla uses maximum aluminum for the car body. All the space structures, or you talk about aeroplane bodies, are using aluminum. In fact, Indian Railways are considering using aluminum wagon because that will save the fuel because it is lightweight. Therefore, a lot of carbon emissions will be saved. And then there is a need that sometimes aluminum can pose a health hazard. If it was like that, then how can it be used as your food packaging? Aluminum foil is probably the most common food packaging. It is not. And then, of course, thicker the better. Even today, we face the questions from some corners of the market that how thick is your section? How does it matter? If I can design a section which offers better sectional modulus or inertia of moments, that's the parameter of strength and security, not the thickness. Thickness, because predominantly the market was driven by extruders. As I said, they're happy to sell tons. For them, thicker the better. But for real life, the better the sectional modulus, better the strength coming out of the geometry and sectional property, that offers the best solution. Our inspirations are some of our great projects, and I will finish my presentation with some of the projects that we did. But before that, in this city of destiny, we have our partner Winsmith, who has a fabulous Aluke home, fabulous showroom that offers the range of Aluke products, and this is available for you. Some of our projects, just quickly run through just to show you the projects that we do. This is Atlantis in China, built by us. This is the tallest tower in Sri Lanka in terms of the vertical gardens. This is Clear Point project in Colombo. Bangalore International Airport, the first phase, the facade was done by Aridul. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Subhendu Ganguly, for a very intriguing presentation. Now, as we further dwell in the evening, we are delighted to introduce to you all our keynote speaker of this edition, here with us to share his vision and experience in the field. A graduate in architecture, he owns more than 4 decades of experience in this field, with only a short stint as a small-time builder for a bit less than a decade. He has gained broad insights into the nuances of building construction. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause in welcoming our keynote for this edition, architect Y. Narasimha Rao, proprietor from Vizag. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Responded. Hello. 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 Yeah, I always wondered why industry is not given as much importance in the field of architecture. Why only architects are considered to be creative and innovative, whereas most of the, at least in my experience and my view, most of the innovations taking place in the industry, doing a lot of research in the laboratories, responding to our needs. Our needs again, we are representing the people. So by constantly updating and then improving, including like the earlier speaker has said, how they can be responsible to the climate or to the earth or to the environment. So I would say part of the reason why, at least in our field, they are not given as much importance is, so I just would like to give a message to the industry here. Of late, the depth of your product or the knowledge that went into your product, the innovative efforts that went into making the products are not really shared. Most of the time, what is shared is the commercial aspects. So I wish that you make extra effort to come back with the real work that you have been doing, because that's exactly what is represented or what is reflected in the product. As far as I'm suddenly invited to share my thoughts on this occasion. It was a little difficult because if I speak about the topic, then there is not much left for the panelists to debate on. So instead of touching on the topic, I thought of use this occasion to reflect on my own life journey as a professional. Like all of you architects, I too came out into the world from the college armed with a certificate and a belief implanted in my mind by architect Le Corbusier that man builds the house, but of course I substituted city for the house to be more relevant, so that the house builds itself. What does he mean? What did he mean by that was, as it got implanted in my mind, was that we can transform societies, we can create destinies for the people. So that kind of a elaborate statement that he has made and that got implanted in my mind. So with that belief system and the certificate, which I was supposed to be an expert, which said that I was supposed to be an expert, and I entered the field. Actually, so we'll start with a a small clientele, small buildings, doesn't matter, building is building, and a person is a person, a client is a client. The first interactions would be between the client and me, would obviously be. One more thing I just want to say before I further is, much of it may be my life, but I'm hoping and wishing that some of it you can relate to, because all of you are going through the same process, or the same way of life. So when the first client comes, so the interaction would be like, he has a vision in his mind. I can't really read it. And I have a vision of Vision that I am going to help him build his own destiny. Initial interaction would be very exciting for both of us, because each of us has spoken in our own language, not across, there was no meeting dot yet. So we go back, I go back to the drawing board, we go home. Next time when he comes, I'll present to him a vision of me, of my drawing or my design, which in my view is the best for him, for his generations to come. But it so happens, when he responds, when I look at his response, it is always, there is some kind of a apprehension on his part to not express completely what he has in mind. So that what it means is that he was not expecting what I had given him. So there seems to be some gap between us. Me assuming that I had given something extraordinary for him, but for him it didn't meet his needs. So this is how the profession continued. So I have to rework on that. Most of us do as architects. So finally, to reach whatever he has in his mind. Otherwise, he won't pay me. He's the one who has been paying me. And obviously, I had to yield to his needs. But at my mind, what I believe was I was not doing something right for him. But he has some solid convictions. He has something that he expects from me. And I have to finally yield to his needs, and then we will accommodate them. I won't be happy. He is happy because he's got what he wanted, but I won't be happy because I have come down a lot. And I would try to justify why I could not convince him to reach up to my level is, okay, he doesn't understand architecture. So that is how the practice went on. And you have to always, this was my first phase of professional life. So it went on like this, and then you acquired more projects, you practice more, but the lingering dissatisfaction remained. That's because Tarbuja said, yes, you have a creative ability to transform the lives of the people. So, but somehow people didn't seem to be agreeing to that or accepting it. They didn't say as much, but I can see that. So I continued with my assumptions that yes, they're not up to my understanding of architecture. So I had to continue to teach them, maybe find some ways where I can teach them. And what I learned from this part of the first phase of professional life, which lasted about 1 decade, so about roughly 10 years, was that client, I had to yield to the client. He is the one who is paying. So there is no other option unless I become the client of myself. So that is when I thought, okay, let me be a builder and construct apartments so that I'll be making the decisions, I'll be paying for me. So I don't have to depend on someone else. So I started working on that. In this area, what I learned was, in this phase, was I knew very little about construction and very little about many details that matter to life. Because that's how I was taught in the college, and then that's how the same knowledge or the base I continued. But when I was building, I was in control of my own buildings, my design, construction, everything. So that's where I could really see where I have to learn a lot. So fortunately, because I'm open-minded, I wanted to improve myself. So I went on improving the quality of construction, learn what matters to quality of construction as a designer, which will help the life later because the maintenance part will be very less. There will be less problem. So my focus was on that. And at the same time, how I can improve the comfort level and conveniences because I was my own client, so I could do much, I mean, I could say much improved way. I was much more satisfied compared to my first 1 decade of life. Then what I learned was now the client has changed from the earlier individual clients from me to rules and regulations, master plans, and administrators. They started influencing the design parameters, the design outcomes. So that is where I got stifled again. So where I found again that I was not being very loyal to the thought that Kabujir implanted in my mind. So I was looking for other opportunities where I can really apply his philosophy of man builds the city so that this city can build itself. So I was looking for opportunities to engage in projects that can be now the part comes where they're inclusive, where there are people architecture, where the influence of the client, me, and the regulations will not be there. So fortunately, we came across a project which was a landscape project, 20-kilometer stretch of landscape along the national highway in Vijayawada. That was about 9 years back. It was a design competition. So me and another architect, I'm not a landscape architect. I have no idea of plans, but happened to have come across an architect by name Vandana. She's a landscape architect. She's from Hyderabad. So we happened to meet and then we thought, okay, let's bid for this project. It's a design competition. So we bid for the project and we won for the competition. So the competition was based on the design concept. The thought was to build a rainbow, which is an amalgamation of the colors, different colors. So this was at the time when Andhra Pradesh became a separate state, separated from Telangana. And just before Andhra Pradesh became separated, Hyderabad was to be the center of the entire combined Andhra Pradesh state. And it grew a lot while the rest of the state was neglected. So because Hyderabad went to Telangana, Andhra Pradesh found it to be in a very poor state economically. So that is when we thought, why don't we? That is because of the neglect that has been negligence of the rest of the region, other than Hyderabad. The focus should have been on the entire state, but it was focused only on, concentrated only on Hyderabad. So then we thought, can we send a message? Use this landscape project idea and send a message saying that, okay, let there be unity among all the, let's explore the inherent strength of each of the regions. So we divided the state into separated every state into 7 regions, and then we did some research about the strength of each region, and then we tried to bring them all together and use that in the landscape project to convey a message that all colors matter, all regions matter. We should not neglect each of them, but the light would come only when all of them are together. So that was the concept and it was accepted, fortunately. We didn't expect it, but it happened. So this was the idea. If you look at this, so what we did was, this is maybe 1 to 2 kilometer stretch of the road out of those 20 kilometers. So the roads would be connected, this is a national highway. So the roads from the neighboring communities or localities would be connected to national highway. So each road would be assigned one color. So at the end of the road where it joins the national highway will be a stretch of maybe 200-300 meters of one color. One color will be representing one of the regions. This is how we designed it, we envisaged it. So in a kilometer stretch, in every kilometer stretch, there will be 7 colors. And not just only colors representing the region, there will be elements, cultural elements from those regions will be amalgamated as part of the landscape project, and also geometrical forms, which again represent the quality of the particular region. So this was our concept, the idea to do the landscape is not just merely planting the trees. Along with that, our goal was that neighboring people can come and sit here, use it as an open space. At the same time, they are exposed to some information about the rest of the regions, not about the just rest of the regions, but also the idea as to how we can together make a bigger, big economy. So that was our idea. So as we went on progressing, when we suggested to there were officers involved, commissioners and one urban forestry top official. So they would be coming visiting. So this was a project initiated by CM, present CM, it was also CM at that time. She wanted the whole stretch from Vijayawada to airport should be beautiful because he was inviting a lot of dignitaries from outside. Investments were to be invited, to the region. So he wanted to impress them. So all these officers, they were after us to complete the project at the fastest period. So they neglected many of the original ideas of including the cultural elements and also the geometrical forms. They just wanted to focus on only the plantation. The plantation also was, when we thought in a stretch of 1 to 2 kilometers, should be all the 7 colors should be there, all the 7 regions should be represented. But the officer who was in charge of that, he said, no, all the people who would be driving by the car, they won't be able to really appreciate that, because that's, then he suggested, okay, let's have 1 kilometer, 1 color, or at least 500-600 meters, 1 color, and like that. So that way, when you're moving in a car at that speed, at least you will be able to see 1 color after the in a particular time period. So that means they were not looking at the needs of the people, or the people who would be really appreciating it, the neighboring people. So they were only concerned about the people who are passing by. Their impression they were more concerned about, rather than the people who would be living there, experiencing it every day. So again, this is where the monumentality and inclusiveness, there was some conflict was there, so it had to be completed. So finally, it ended up what it was. You can see only landscape, the plantation. Okay, that's good, but they don't last also, because now if you go there, not because of the earlier government, but even otherwise, the maintenance is very difficult, so expensive, and it's on the road. So I could see, even though people say, oh, it was nice, beautiful, but I could see that it was not. I can see it. I cannot deceive myself. So not a happy ending. So what I'm here again, what I'm trying to say to the client when I started in my practice, who prevailed? He prevailed. When I started becoming my own client as a builder, then I noticed that rules and regulations and master plans were dictating terms. And then when really we got a project, the focus was mostly on the appearance or the visibility or the monumentality, not on the inclusivity of the people. So not for the participation of the people. So then, so that's the journey. So it is continuing. So then we thought, why not we use the people themselves and make them be part of this process? So Hood was there, that cyclone that affected Vizag in 2014. So we thought, I mean, so I think most of the people who are in Vizag, they know it, how much it affected. Most of the trees fell down, the greenery became very bare, like a desert. So then each street, most of the city, people have made their own efforts. In our own street, we thought people came together, so why don't we do plantations for our street? Then I got an idea, why don't we extend this idea of rainbow? Because in city planning, people know if the people are made to own their own street, then the maintenance would be much better. So how do we make bring the sense of ownership into the people? So we thought use the same rainbow concept. Why not we have say 7 street, each street with one color, and then color them plantation. There are again elements plantation, cultural elements, and the color. So we had. Yeah, we have every street has this kind of transformer cases and the poles, and which were very badly misused. So there used to be posters, septic tank, which is very common. This is you find it everywhere. Then we thought, why don't we beautify it? Why don't we apply the color? Ours happened to be second lane, second street of the 7 streets. So we went for violet indigo. So we went for an indigo color, and the plantation was in indigo color, and then the color electric poles, and so in fact one of the owners he went for the same color for his compound wall, and then for the transformer pieces. So students helped us, and also the people of the street. So this is these people planning doing the plantation for all of us. Participation. Then I found, yeah, it's good. So in fact, one of the reporters of Hindu asked us. So when we invited him when on the day that we were planting, he asked one question. I can never forget that. Sir, how are you going to maintain it? This was, we were so exuberant and enthusiastic because it happened. We collected the money, so we could do that. We thought, okay, it's not a big thing. We can collect the money and we can continue to do that. But it so happened. Design is one thing, but making it reality on a sustainable basis is not so easy. So we're not able to sustain this particular design on the street in the same way that we envisaged and the way we built it initially. But one thing is, these remain, the colors remain, and it's not so ugly now. But we could have extended to other areas, but financial constraints, and also as an individual, you have to be doing all that job. So I didn't pursue that further, but it remained as an experiment, but worth doing. Then we continued to search. Me and the architect from Hyderabad. So we continue to work as to what we can do, but in which area that we can really be meaningful, and which is really inclusive, not just monumentality. So again, the monumentality is the visibility of art, but the inclusiveness is where people participated. It's part of life, like our streets, which are very vibrant compared to most of the Western cities. And that, why not? I mean, so is there any project that can be taken up which is monumental in terms of inclusivity? In the sense, the entire population is part of the project. So we happen to work on this particular area as a thesis project to begin with, but we went on doing it for a much larger part of the city. So this is the current state of stormwater drains in every city. Not Vizag is not an exception. So we thought, what is that we can do for this? What are the options that are available? Can we work on this to make it a inclusive place for the city of Vizag? That means for all the population of Vizag. So. So this was the idea that we came up with. Why not we reorient the city, the whole plan of the city, master plan itself, along the stormwater trends. We found out when we went through the master plan and also to some of these survey of India maps that each stormwater train has a right of way of 60 meters. That's a plenty of space, 200 feet. Imagine what if every layout that comes up along those stormwater drains has a road abutting this stormwater drain. And also, wherever possible, some of the open spaces be left along these open spaces, along these stormwater drains. What will happen is the stormwater drain will be filled with water only for about 60-65 days of the year. Rest of the years, we have the entire width of it, except for a small, maybe 10 meters portion, as open space. So this will be a huge open space. When we checked up with the master plan and then we calculated the length of these stormwater drains that are running through Vizag, we found that's about 320 kilometers length. Imagine that that's an open space of 96 lakh square kilometers, which is equal to 150 numbers of the central park that we have, the YSR Security Park. So those kind of 150 numbers of parks across the city, all around the city. And for all the people of the Vizag population, they will be accessible. They just can walk up to there. Now, if anybody has to come to beach, he's traveling from Gazwaka 30 kilometers to have the same experience, or to come to the park, but one has to drive a lot. But this can be like in a walkable distance. And if you can extend it further, the idea, you can establish schools or most of the municipal services along the stormwater drain, so that people can walk and bike to get those services done. One doesn't need to cross the main roads. So this was it has the potential to go and become really inclusive. But at the same time, because of its scale, it is monumental. So this is the kind of project that we should be looking at the city level. So we took it across, put it across to the many officers. We continue to do that, but they have their own priorities. So it takes time for these kind of ideas to sink in. Maybe a disaster, like what happened in Surat, which transformed the city from being a very pest prone and then very ugly city to a good city, because of the plague that erupted when the stick became very, very highly intensive. So maybe a disaster may be required, but we can also work, maybe, so as architects, we can work on these kind of projects. When such a disaster comes, it hits us, maybe we have a solution readily for it. So as it, this is where we continue to work. This is purely an academic part of it. Again, why I'm sharing this is how we can design or come up with solutions that are inclusive, but monumental in terms of its scale. And also the life this is for the life, not just for somebody to look at or to the way we go and watch Taj Mahal or any of those monumental buildings. This is where we live. So it becomes part of our everyday life, not something that you can, yes, you can also go sometimes and appreciate the beauty of those monuments. But this is something, the monument that you lived every day. And lastly, and my journey continued, so what I have been from an ordinary client relationship where he prevailed, then rules and regulations prevailed, then master plan prevailed, and then there was no response to the blue green vein that I just shared with you. And then I came across another project, it's a United Nations competition. Then I said, okay, let me do it out of an academic exercise. But the approach was, can I design most of the cities, towns, villages, they evolve organically. They work efficiently. Even our cities. Only if I go to west and come back and then look at my street, yes, it looks chaotic. It looks dirty. It looks, but otherwise, there's a lot of life taking place over there. What we need is a little bit of order induced into that, a cleanliness induced into that. That would make a little improvement on that. And can we create this kind of chaotic, organically evolved spaces or patterns consciously? Because as an architect, anybody would start with an orderly design. It has to be in an orderly manner. Obviously, you want to bring order into everything. But can we really design undesigned objects. So this is what I worked on as a purely academic exercise, because slowly I'm spending more time on theories or academics. So the project was providing housing for industrial workers, very low-end industrial workers, to build 3,000 units in Cambodia attached to an SEZ. And of course, the UN brief gave us that it should reflect the cultural aspects of their the way of life of those people. So obviously, I need to find what the Cambodians, how they live, what is their way of life, what is their outlook, and then what is their present pattern of housing. So then I can go for this particular academic project all the way to Cambodia. So then, but Google helped me to some extent to get some images. But I also purchased some books, fictional books from in Kindle, to read the stories which can give us a reflection of what is their life like. So I got some idea, and based on that, we designed. And we started, the design was, we start orderly. The natural way we do bring order in a geometrical pattern, maybe slight breaks here and there, some kind of a relief mechanism. But we wanted to really break it to the extent possible so that it can come down to the organically evolved settlement. As if the settlement that has evolved, suppose if you leave it to them, let people come and settle down, how it would have evolved. Of course, we didn't reach that level, but the thought was that the process that we wanted to experience. So one thing was what I noticed from the Cambodian culture, from the images and the stories. Each one, of course, they were independent. They were all independent houses, small houses. They have a staircase leading up to their steps. That's because probably it's a flood-prone area. So all of them are raised slightly on the steps, about 3-4 feet. But each one has an individual access to their house. So what we did was, this is a single unit, the left side bottom, where each person enters. Staircase is used, but not like the regular conventional dog-leg staircase. One person enters at one level, at the ground level, but the second person's entry will not be above that, but will be at a different place, and the third person would be at a different place. So that way, each person has his own independent access, independent field. And then when you combine them, we try to break the pattern, and then to provide independent feeling for each of them. And another important area that we could manage was how each person, actually there are 3 units, one above the other, but each one we provided a small open space as a utility area, really open to sky, even though they are one above the other. So we twisted each unit in such a way that each person had at least a small space open to sky. Another condition provided by the United Nations was, if possible, 2 units should be able to be combined, or even 4 units to be combined. So that facility also we could achieve. So it was as an individual architect, though of course it was not selected, and the one that was selected was even though they mentioned that it's supposed to reflect the culture and the way of life of those people, but the one that won the competition was a typical apartments that nowadays 3Ds can present us. And okay, it's a different matter, but what I'm trying to say is, through all this experience of these 4 decades, my gut feeling is architecture has departed from life. What we see as all the buildings or the patterns, not the monuments I'm talking about. We only mirror what is actually life. We may not like what my client has wanted. That's because I have a different image for him. It was not what is his image, it was my image, really. What Vision gave me, or what Maxence gave me, or what I have seen elsewhere. But the client, he has a life. So that should be, I should be honestly, instead of saying that he doesn't understand architecture, I should have said maybe at that time, yeah, I should have respected him, I should have seen and looked at him, looked at his life, and then I should have evolved something from what he was looking for instead of me imposing something on them. So most of the master plans, they work like that. We impose more rules and regulations on top of the people instead of actually facilitating what they are looking for, what life is about. So I am now at this stage where I came across, I was also toying with what happened, what went wrong with what Kabuji has said. He said something and he's put it in my mind. I was programmed by that and I continue to work with that. But finally, I found that seems to be different. It's not the way he said it. And then I came across this statement by Le Corbusier himself. That was at the end of his life, probably, I don't know, but I came across this very recently. He said, life is always right. Architect is wrong. It doesn't mean we architects. He meant his own statement was wrong. The statement that man builds a city so that the city builds itself. He was saying that statement is wrong and life is always correct and architect is wrong. Okay, so let's leave the architect is wrong, but let's look at only the what is right. And I feel he must have reached that from that statement to the second statement by going through the life that actually tells us the whole story. That teaches us what we should be looking at. And so now what am I doing? So do I have to give up? Now that I realize that all my theories or my whatever I believed have got wrong. My time is up. Yeah. So then what I am looking at now is trying to understand what is life. And the life that is designed by somebody. It is, though it is chaotic, but there is a lot of beauty inside. There is a lot of order inside. There are a lot of patterns. And then you can see that there is a continuous progression also in the life. Even though we come down and go up, we face wars, we face conflicts, we lose something, but we're continuously going up. So I'm now in search of that designer. Probably I can learn something from him and then maybe start to practice all over again, understanding that design and incorporating or maybe contributing my small design skill to really make that life. I don't think I can make the life more meaningful, but I can find my life more meaningful. So that is what I'm trying to do. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to reflect on what I went through. So this, I never thought of this before, but the last 2 days let me see life from a different perspective, architecture also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I request you to please stay back. And now I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Subendu Ganguly and Mr. Indrajit Saudi to kindly come and felicitate our dear keynote. Can we please have a huge round of applause? And as we are dwelling further in the evening, our next partnering brand is an industry leader that offers best-in-class customer-centric lighting and seating solutions. May we please have the AV?
Have you ever considered how profoundly lighting influences our lives? From setting the mood to defining productivity, safety, and aesthetics, light plays a pivotal role in our everyday experiences. Enter Wipro Commercial and Institutional Business, a trailblazer in the realm of commercial lighting and human wellness. For over 3 decades, we have been revolutionizing light and seating solutions, enhancing our lives in offices, commercial spaces, and even the outdoors. With over 33 years of experience, Wipro continues to innovate, shaping our lives through light. Imagine a world where lighting solutions not only illuminate, but also enhance our lives. At Wipro, we are turning this vision into a reality with innovative technologies that prioritize human wellness. Picture low glare lights that reduce accidents on our streets while providing security through the right amount of illumination. These aren't just lights, they're guardians of safety, bringing comfort to pedestrians and women alike. Now let's move indoors. Imagine a workspace where light enhances concentration, where acoustic solutions mitigate noise, allowing productivity to thrive. These are environments where human-centric design takes center stage. And it's not just about light. Consider seating solutions that prioritize ergonomics, fostering stress-free and comfortable working conditions. These are spaces that truly put people first, that understand the balance between function and comfort. Wipro's dedication to human-centric design is revolutionizing how we perceive and interact with our surroundings. This is the future of lighting, and it's a future we're eager to share with you. But Wipro's vision extends beyond the confines of our offices and homes. We're illuminating the path to a more sustainable future with our outdoor lighting solutions, protecting wildlife through dark sky initiatives. We're committed to green building and well standards, fostering environments that are not only efficient, but also kind to our planet. Join Wipro Commercial and Institutional Business as we take a step towards human spaces, a world where lighting and seating solutions are designed with you in mind for a healthier, more efficient, and better tomorrow.
Thank you to the team of Wipro for the AV. I would now like to invite Mr. Srinivas Kanchirla from Wipro Seating Solutions and Mr. Syantanu Datta from Wipro Lighting to kindly come on stage and present further.
So good evening all and namaskar. So my name is Shantanu Datta. I am from the product marketing team who handles the entire marketing gamut. So with me I have my colleague Srinivas, who is going to take through the seating part, seating solutions of the Wipro's gamut. So let's start off what we do directly. So we live in an ever-changing world, and as we are discussing, that inclusivity in every architecture, be it indoor, be it outdoor. And what we do as a Wipro, we create and we improve a better indoor environmental quality along with outdoor lighting also. Now in indoor environmental quality, how we do a bit in our lighting, we do it in acoustics for much quieter workplaces. And also we do it for the most personal item anybody can own in a workspace, that's seating solutions. So we have a lot of ergonomic ranges of seating solutions also. And with that, Wipro proposes circadian lighting, we have enhanced daylight access systems, we have visual balanced illumination. So we were first pioneers to introduce right light concept, not just only light. We have glare controls and we have dark sky solutions. So today, when we are talking about monumental versus inclusivity in architectures, we will deep dive into the dark sky. Now, what is a dark sky? Before that, we want to explain the light pollutions. Now, as the light says, very simple, a pollution that is created by light. And that is something that we are experiencing day to day. much more in metro cities. And how does that affect? That affects because we are losing our true dark sky. As the name suggests, you can go out today and you can check that we are not being able to see the stars that we used to see in our earlier days. We are not being able to see the night lives that we were used to see. And why is that? That is because we are polluting the night sky by our artificial illuminations, which is actually hampering the dark sky. This is how it looks. This is supposed to be how a perfect dark sky looks. And this is what it looks today in any metro cities. And by that, we do our illuminations, we do our fixture designs. And as Sir likely said, that industry needs to be more commitment. We have to be more committed towards our designs, which not only takes cost as a factor, but also ecology, surrounding, and human beings. And that is where Wipro is working expert to reduce light trespass, glare, clutter, and sky glare. And why is this light pollution important? This is important because light pollution and constant facing over-illuminated spaces increases sleep disorders, depression, obesity, diabetes, heart disease, and last but not the least, cancer. And that not only affects us, but the floras, faunas, and the ecology also, which it affects. It affects the migratory birds. They lose their path while flying back. Vizag being a coastal city, it affects the coastal animals. It affects the turtles and the coastal other floras and faunas which is there. It also affects the night sky heritage. With that, Wipro is happy to introduce its utopian range. And as the name suggests, we are trying to create a luminaire set which is utopian in nature, which is all good. And with that, our products are certified by Institute of Dark Sky. So Institute of Dark Sky is an international body of repute which certifies a luminaire that whether that product is suitable for maintaining dark sky as a heritage. It checks that whether the luminaires does not produce any extra pollution. It just cuts the beam angle to perfectly illuminated spaces and there is no light spillage. And hence our new range of entire outdoor is BIDA certified. We have Arcadia, Celestia, Verve. We have designed this as a tree. It can continue creating a leaf-like structures. Nyx, as the name suggests, Nyx is a goddess of night. It's truly a beauty in Nyx itself. What? Ulix. With that, we showcase you our facade lighting ranges. And as it is said in the lighting world, that light is the fourth dimension in its architecture. And light helps to enhance the beauty that you as an architect create. We do our bit in enhancing that in night. We have an entire range starting from monochromatic till RGBW till the ever evolving pixel and dot pixel luminaires. We have done it all. These are some of the projects of repute that we have done where we have not only illuminated the modern architectures, but we have done our bit in maintaining the inclusivity for our heritage architectures also. So Sultanpur, we do private entry gates also of a lot of industries, along with you can say temples. This is flag of Shiva Moga Airport, which is there. And this is a bit of our work in inclusivity of the heritage. This is in Maharashtra. With that, this is a modern government building which we have illuminated in far northeast state of India. So with that, we end our brief gamut of what we have in outdoor range. Just a brief, showcasing what we can do in indoor also. We have an entire range that not only illuminates it, but also takes into account the human factor. Because in Wipro, what we believe that we are illuminating the space, not for the chairs, not for the table, but the most important resources in it, the human. Hence, all our products come specifically with glare control. We have incorporated acoustics inside light because as the ceilings are moving away, we are more into now open spaces. So the biggest contributor where we can control the noises is mixing acoustics with the light. So we have showcased that. I will request all of you, to just have an experience there. And we contribute in creating LEED and well-certified buildings. So if you see the indoor environmental quality, that is light, sound, and materials, that contributes one of the highest points while creating a LEED and well-certified buildings. So we have it all. So we work together for creating LEED certified, well-certified building, where you can earn more number of points just by controlling these three factors. With this, we are happy to introduce our new range of indoor lighting, which is known as a zero leak technology. So we have all experienced collimator lenses, but these are specifically rounded collimators, which not only takes the benefit of collimators, but where there is a zero leak in every aspect. These are some for indoor projects. So this is again a stretch fabric that we do for specifically larger spaces, like conference room, like a hallway, where the entire glare control can happen, and also, number of multiple prints can also come in these stretch fabrics. And all the products that we have seen are smart enabled. And the beauty of our smart product is that all the products and that we have as a technology, which is our in-house IOL technology backed by our sister concern Wipro Technologies. So this is modular in nature. So currently what happens in Indian perspective, we may not have capex for day one of going smart all out. So the biggest challenge that we have is modularity. The biggest challenge that we have is simplicity of its installations. Entire gamut of the products is 100% wireless. So it's just a plug and play in B2B perspective. In B2C perspective, it was always there, but B2B plug and play was missing. So we have done that, and it's modular. So today you can be on level 1 on smart. Tomorrow, if your capex increases, you just need to upgrade few elements, and your entire product becomes level 2. And by that way, the power is with the user and not with the seller of just blocking the user of how much they need to invest from day one. With this, thank you from my end, from the lighting part, and I'll hand over to my colleague to take you through the seating portion. Over to you, Sujit.
Thank you. Was nice. Coming to sitting part, sitting is now what's say every day our life 50% almost 8 hours working, 90% of the time we are attached to the sitting. So sitting is now more economically required for our regular life. So, we are earlier, as before we are into furniture and seating. Now we are completely into seating business where we are the only Indian brand having a premium Indian seating brand, economical seating. And these are the. So we are catered to all these are the categories like infrastructure, institutions, healthcare, residential, stadiums, and modern office spaces. These are our complete portfolio of offerings. Dedication to we got all informal seating like the collapse spaces. We are into brainstorming area, reception, team support, all. This is a home office. How we can relaxedly sit and work using the system, and informal seating where we can sit informally and work on your laptop, where it comes with a wire manager. And then we are one of the auditorium seating. We are number 1 in auditorium currently. Most of the 90% of the auditoriums we are doing across. And airport seating. We are catered to BIFMA, Business Institutional Furniture Manufacturing Association, which cares to about the economics. And we are having structural stability, strength, durability, safety, and vigorous emissions. All 3 parameters, all our chairs are tested according to the BIFMA standards. These are the complete portfolio and range of chairs what we have currently offering in our distribution. Few of them has been showcased here in our store. Please visit us. And these are our collab shading. This is a part of the area. This is together, it's complete tandem seating, which can be used caters to airport, hospitals, multi areas, all locations. And then auditorium. We are number one in auditorium share segment, and a couple of sites which we have done installation. So why Wipro? So use of BIFMA test components, all our parts has been tested as per the BIFMA standards, and it's acoustics. We are into acoustics, where we can see sound absorption in the office nowadays. It's important. So we come across with tested certificates for all our. These are some of the products, informatics. And pods, which is nowadays in offices, it's required. And we got screens where we can use multi-purpose. One is using of a white marker board and a TV, where we can do presentations. And these are the acoustic floor dividers, which are different types. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shantanu and Mr. Srinivas for an interesting presentation. So, as we all know, the concept of design debate aims at knowledge sharing via panel discussions. And we are extremely grateful to our curator of this edition for her support and dedication in grouping up the most suitable set of industry experts to share their theories and ideologies over monumentality and inclusivity. She's an urban designer, planner, entrepreneur, and architect who always brings a diverse set of skills to each project. With degrees in architecture and technology, she has a great understanding of the context of projects and how they inform specific research, design, development, and execution. Her academic background helps her operate on multiple scales, which includes architecture as well as urban design and planning, largely focusing on big data management along with designing spaces intelligently. For example, the European Union projects in Barcelona. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause in welcoming our curator for this edition, Architect Abhignya Grandi, Principal Architect and Founder, Architect Abhignya Grandi. Can we please have you on stage? Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, Abhignya. Good evening, everyone. I know that we have gone too deep into the night, so I'll make it very crisp and short. Architects and Interiors India. Thank you very much. Firstly, welcome to Visakhapatnam, the city of destiny. Mr. Indrajit, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be the curator of such a fantastic event that we all are having tonight. And the topic, monumental architecture versus inclusive architecture. It's a fantastic topic, very close to my heart. And this is something I think most of us would love to talk about. As we started the evening since 1700 hours, the debate has started. So just a few things, like we will have more, or as we go into the evening, we will have more to talk, more to debate, more to discuss from all the eminent speakers that we have tonight. But this is something which I have in mind. This is something which has always pondered in me. So when we talk about monumental architecture, it is definitely something from the history. And we talk about inclusive architecture, for some reason, it's always minimalist in my head or our head, I would say. And when we try to bring them together, we think that it is commercial space. But is it really that what we are seeing architecture today? Or is it the path
that we are actually taking forward, saying inclusivity with monumental, is it only about commercial spaces? Of course, we have the Sydney Opera today, which comes under an inclusive architecture and well accessible. We also have the Burj Khalifa, which stands vertically, which not only penetrates into the sky, but also we have a large mass on land. Is that also an example of both monumental and inclusive accessible architecture? When we talk about accessible architecture, inclusivity with accessibility, is it only for humans or is it also for specially abled people? When we talk about specially abled people, are we just talking about two genders or all the genders? Are we talking about humans in all together or are we dissecting them into various categories? There is so much that we architects need to come together, put our ideas with creative thoughts and bring forward an eminent structure that today we say an awe, we say a wow, because that is what we architects build together today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all are having a wonderful evening and let's enjoy the evening together. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, Abhidnya. We were waiting to hear from you and we are waiting to see what you do for all the Doyens and Next Gen panel. But before you leave, I'd like to invite on stage back again Mr. Vizag. Okay, so we'll continue with that segment in some time. And now we move forward to our presentation. It is now time to introduce to you all our next partnering brand that carries a reputation of providing the most superior class of marble. May we please have the AV? Okay, we just need 2 minutes. So for our next participating brand, may we please have the AV? Now I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Jaya Kumar, the Vice President of Business Development from Marble Center International, to kindly come on stage and present further.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jay Kumar Niranjan. I'm the Vice President taking care of the business development in our company. The name of our brand is Marble Center International. A warm welcome to everyone on behalf of Marble Center International. I'm truly delighted to be here in this city of scenic beauty. I too had the pleasure of taking a morning walk in your coastline. It's a very irresistible kind of combination, cliffs and beaches coming together. Probably, I think, you are uniquely blessed that way. I'm very delighted to be here. Now, I'll start my presentation with a small, can I?
Your home deserves stunning marble, not just for your floors, but for statement pieces and elegant facades. We're at Marble Center International Bangalore today to show you how this versatile material can transform your spaces. Let's start with the facade. Cladding travertine store radiates elegance. Inside the display gallery were LED bulbs and installation that is perfect for amplifying the depth and scale of the space. The experience zones have ideas to elevate your sleep sanctuary like the Azura grills behind the bed. A luxe bathroom is incomplete without a statement marble bathtub. Pair it with a satin awning spacement to complete the look. This black marquina, a striking marble with white waves, is the showrunner to create a sublime dining room. The interesting light pendants make for stunning sculptural installations. With its diverse collection and immersive experience zones, MCI Bangalore is an ideal space to inspire your creativity, help you visualize your ideas, and find a perfect marble for you. Inspiration is everywhere at the MCI Experience Center Bangalore. You have to see it to believe it.
So what we have just seen is the experience center that we have in Bangalore. And by the way, this is designed by Warner Block Design of Singapore. I take this opportunity to invite all of you to visit our experience center. We'll be only too glad to have you there in our experience center. Can I take the help of AV now? As we all can see here, this speaks in volume of the versatility of this particular material. See, with this material, sky is the limit when it comes to usage or creativity. As you can see here, some of the places it is serving as a table, some of the places as a wall paneling, some of the places as a staircase. As I told you, sky. And this material, I always felt that it is not credited enough for the way it has been useful in creating excellent interiors. And as you know, this has been with us for ages now. And obsolescence for this material is absolutely out of it. It has been with us for ages now. Now, I think, I will, since we have very limited time, I will only touch upon most important points. Now, to begin with, ours is a company, ours is a brand that is close to 40 years now. And as a matter of fact, it is the combination of the elder and the younger generation running the work now. And here I would like to make a mention about the importance of experience. This is a natural material, it's not a manufactured material. Therefore, experience really matters. More than knowing where to source a particular stone from, you should know where not to source the material. Because each quarry is different. That way, we are very experienced and we already have learned our lessons and we know where to source our material from. The next is, we are associated with a lot of marquee residential, commercial, corporate, institutional, and hospitality development across the world. And we also are very well known for supplying our material to HNI clients. Yes. Next is, as you can see, our mission is to beautify places with the help of our material. And we promise you authentic international quality in every slab. In this point, I would like to kind of communicate to you that we are very different compared to all other marble suppliers in the country. When I say comparison, you can keep MCI on one side and all other companies on the other side, the opposite side. I'll tell you how we are very different from others. Unlike others, we don't import blocks. Usually, people import blocks. The blocks are cut and processed here. Ours is the only brand to import marble not in the form of blocks. We import it in the form of finished slabs. We don't follow others, and if you wonder why we are not following others and why we are doing it this way, this is the only way I can guarantee you a product that is of international standard in all respects, in terms of thickness, in terms of calibration, in terms of expertise, rather know-how, in terms of process. It's all done as per international standard. And here, all that we do is our material comes beautifully packed like a glassware in a container. We just unload it and put them out for display. And trust me, each and every slab that you see is polished, which is not the case normally. Only the first and the second slabs are polished. The rest you have to buy with the trust that it's going to be good for you. In our case, every single slab is polished. So this is how we are very different from others. Yes. Now here, superior international quality product. Because as I told you, whether we source a material from, even if I source a material from rather a place like Iran, it goes all the way to Italy or Turkey, it gets processed there in the hands of the pioneers who are Turks and Italians. We are largely depending on them, on their expertise and understanding about this material. Therefore, we cannot go wrong. That's what I'm trying to say. Next is largest stockist of fully finished slabs, which I mentioned earlier. At any given point of time, we have about 30 lakh plus square feet of stock kept in our yard. And each and rather out of my 100%, barring 0.5%, every lot is 20 mm and every lot is pre-polished. Next is collection. We import from about 42 countries and we have 600 plus varieties of stones to show you when you come to our gallery. We don't call it yard, we call it a gallery because that is the kind of sophistication with which we have kept our stones on display. The next is focused on customer experience. You saw the experience center. This is a place, if not for architects or engineers, this largely helps people who are constructing or building their houses. They don't have to imagine in their mind as to how a peach would look, how a white would look, or how a gray would look. When you come to the experience center, in our experience center, we have used stones in close to 81 different forms. Sometimes it is in the form of a handle, sometimes it is in the form of a staircase. And in this place, this is a 30,000 square feet area. In this place, we have kind of one floor we have used a beige, one floor we have used a white. Some of the places you'll find gray and white coming together. Some of the places you'll find gray, white and cream coming together. Therefore, it is a very helpful experience center for people to make up their mind and make a choice about what is close to their heart by looking at it, not by imagining. And next is, I told you 35 years of experience. And commitment to values in ethos and business practice. This is one yard you will find the price is very transparent. We don't manipulate the price depending on the client. It's all there in the form of marking. Anytime you want to know, our sales people will be able to declare the right price. Yes, I think I'll do it. So as I told you, we are very aware of the right kind of quarries. We get it from the right kind of, we pick up our blocks from the right kind of quarries. Next is At the factory, only the best international facilities with the most stringent quality control, processing done to maximize durability and aesthetic appeal. When you visit our experience center, we'll kind of present a video which will kind of elaborately talk about what is the kind of process that we follow. The next is, so this is what you're seeing is our stock gallery or yard, whatever. We have in this place, we have about 600 plus curated varieties of stones from 42 countries. And quality, seeing is believing. When you come there, you'll more than agree with me that definitely we are a few notches above others in terms of finish, in terms of thickness, in terms of what you call the shape that it has. With us, your wastage percentage will be much lesser because every single square inch of your material can be put for some use or the other. This is about our experience center. This is the facade of our experience center, where 3 sides it is done with a stone called travertine, which is one of the most suitable kind of material that is used for the exterior. Just for your understanding, even in travertine, I have a dozen variety to offer. So that is the kind of bandwidth we have in terms of colors, in terms of variety, whatever. So these are pictures of some parts of our experience center. So I end my presentation here. Thank you very much for your patience. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jayakumar Niranjan. That was a very interesting presentation. And we are going to start where we left from. So, inviting back on stage, Mr. Niranjan Desai from the House of Dormakaba. I hope I've pronounced it right. And with him, Mr. Indrajit Saoji from the ITP Media Group to kindly come on stage and felicitate our very talented and strong curator. Can we please have a huge round of applause for everyone? Thank you so much, Abhigya. And as we move forward, next in line from our partnering brands is a young, dynamic company offering architectural hardware solutions through a wide range of standard and customized products. May we please have the AV? the team of Ozone for the AV. And as we are moving ahead, introducing our partners back to back, we have amongst us an industry leader in architectural products for interior and exterior applications. May we please have the AV?
Design is where aesthetics meets functionality, where beauty touches the surface. It is art making itself useful, touching the heart all the while. Individuality is what you want to offer. Uniqueness is what you make it. We see ourselves as co-designers of your design wishes. That's how we become partners in your success. Our origin is the book in which we turn the pages to read the future. Since we know where we come from, we also know where we want to go. Our products know it too. They want to find their way to you. Perfection is more than a claim to our skills. It is our way of showing respect for natural raw materials. Our way of bringing production and processing to perfection. Change has been our constant for 130 years, and we're doing it again. We change. Think ahead. We are open for new things, for inspiration, for innovation, and collaboration. Open for you, and open for you to create.
Thank you to the team of Fundamax for the AV. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Sripati Venkatesh from Fundamax to kindly present further about their high-quality wood-based materials and compact laminates. Can we please have you on stage?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. అందరికీ నమస్కారం. So Fundermax, we are an Austrian company, and with the long tradition, we are from Austria, and we already completed 130 years. And in India, we already completed 17 years. And we value nature because we are getting the raw material from nature. We love design, and we are customer centric, and we live perfection. And we completely what nature gives us. As I mentioned before, we are getting raw material from nature, and we are 100% wood and paper based company, and we have certified PFC and FSC. And Fundermax is a part of one big group company, it's a confidential group. And other three companies is there. One is Fundermax and ISO Volta Group and ISO Sports. And Constantia Services is there. And this company is taking IT services for these three companies. And Fundermax India, we are the original, and we are sustainable product and innovative and creative. And as I mentioned, we are already completed 130 years. And we are the #1 brand for architects, builders, and planners. And we have authorized partners in across India, more than 50 partners. And in Vizag also we have one partner, Arca, and he is taking care of totally installation also. And we are not only providing the panels, and we are totally we are providing the installation also. We are supporting to the our end customers. And we have 132 decors in our collection. And we are giving the freedom to our architects to design whatever they want. And we have a sales team across in India, in every locations. And we have an application engineer team also, and they will support optimization and reducing the wastage and all. And you can see here, we have a head office in Austria, and we have a head office in India, Bangalore. You can see the warehouse, and you can see one unique building in India we have done. It's a car application. So coming to the Thundermax segments, we have one product is MLU, and this is Class A material, and it's a non-combustible material. And this material we can use it for facades and balcony claddings and wall claddings and lift lobby areas and staircase and etc. So we can do. And other product we have is Max Exterior. This is very good product for exterior cladding, and we can use it this one for facades, balconies, fences, and wall protections and more. So coming to exterior panels and pipe properties, exterior panel is BS2D0 according to European standards, and we have thickness is from 6 mm to 13 mm, and we have different sizes, and we have more than 132 decors. And coming to the product properties, it has scratch resistance and easy to clean, and solvent resistance and easy to install, and weather resistance and impact resistance and double hat. And design and application possibilities, as I mentioned before, our product you can use it for facades, soffits, and curved facades and soffits, and ceilings, and doors and column claddings, and canopy and gates and signings. So here you can see some exterior applications or references project pictures. This is a facade. This is a project we have done in Bangalore, and it's almost 10 years completed. And you can do perforation also. And this is one good project we have done in India, that in Kerala, Choice School. And this is sun shading system doors application. This is which left side you can see that is Nityamanakshi, in Bangalore we have done. On the right side you can see that is in Kerala. And left siding also we can do. And balconies, and fences, and gate applications, and soffit and canopy, and curved application. This we have done in Tamil Nadu. And roof cladding, and pergola. And this is one good project we have done in Kerala, that lower application. And one more I want to mention is we can do. This is one decor, individual decor. Whatever you want, whatever you have in your mind, the designs you can print it on our panel. So you can see one reference video here. In the video we have one video. I will show you that. And coming to here, here you can see some references project pictures. One is private residence in Mysore. And this is a Bangalore residential project picture. And in Jalandhar, this is one residential project picture. So in Vizag, we have done one project, that is IT Park. And this is done by our authorized partner Arca. And in Hyderabad, we have done one good project is Dell. You can see white color, whatever you can see, that is our panels. And in Hyderabad, we have done another project is TCS. And in Hyderabad, we have done Infosys. That's it, present. I would like to show one project video we have. Wow. Can I have it? Yeah, thank you. And we have a stall here. And please come and explore our product. if you have. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Venkatesh, for a very interesting presentation. I now request the hotel team to kindly set the stage for our next segment with the Wipro It's Me chairs, where sleek design meets elegance and exceptional comfort. It's an ultra-wide backrest and headrest, 4D armrest and seat sliding mechanism that ensures perfect fit for any user and delivers personalized support and style. Thank you so much to the team of Wipro for providing us with their most comfortable and stylish chairs. And like I said, we move on to our next segment. It's the most awaited part of the evening, our panel discussions. I'd now like to begin with the Doyens panel, the masters of the design industry. I'd like to welcome and first of all introduce to you all who are our esteemed speakers for this specific panel. Starting with the first one, he comes with more than 20 years of industry and academic experience in architecture, urban planning and design in institutional, private, public and not-for-profit setups in United States and India, including 8 years of teaching in the current stint. Please welcome our first speaker, Architect Krishna Kasi, Program Head, Masters of Architecture from Geetham School of Architecture. Welcome to the show, sir. I request if you can be seated as per the names or anyhow, it's fine. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next speaker. He is presently the Professor Design Chair at Department of Architecture, Andhra University, while also leading his firm instrumental in transferring alternative buildings, material and construction techniques towards sustainable habitat practices. His practice includes housing solutions for learning spaces, rural infrastructure, storage systems to ensure food security. Please welcome our next speaker on stage, Architect P.R.P. Rao, Chief Consultant, Vinutna Architecture and Appropriate Ventures, Sense Design Environment. Welcome to the show, sir. Next in line, we have an architect who is an accomplished architect with bachelor's degree from Andhra University College of Architecture and has over 25 years of professional experience. In addition to this professional practice, he also contributes to architectural education as a guest faculty member at local schools and is appointed by the Council of Architecture for inspections. His leadership role includes serving as chairman of Indian Institute of Architects, Visakhapatnam Center. I welcome on stage architect Samaya Jula Lakshmi Narayan Shastri, director of Trios Architect. Welcome to the show. Can we have a round of applause? And last but not the least, armed with sufficient experience as an architect as well as builder, he thought it was time for him to share his knowledge with the new age generation. And hence, he proceeded with teaching for half a decade, as also looks forward to putting in writing what his profession has shown and taught him. Please welcome on stage, yet again, architect Y. Narasimha Rao, the proprietor of Buildwise. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the panel, sir. On behalf of Architects and Interiors India from ITP Media Group, I welcome you all to the Doyens panel discussion. And before we begin the discussion, I'd like to invite on stage the moderator for this session and also the curator of this event, Architect Abhignya Grandhi, the principal architect and founder of AAG, Architect Abhignya Grandhi. We're delighted to have you and lead the Doyens panel discussion. Can we have a round of applause for her, please? Thank you so much. Looking forward to a brilliant panel. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone, once again. I know I gave a stint out there. I hope you all enjoy. It's live. So, yeah, coming back to the panel that we are here for. We are right now with the Doyens panel, the most experienced panel that we have today in the city of Visakhapatnam. And today we have seen the growth and we've seen a fantastic development and beauty, and Visakhapatnam is right there. Is because of architects that we have today there. Welcome everyone. Just the same as we doing a debate or maybe a discussion or dialogue that we have between each other. I just wanted to put forward like the first question or like a first thing just to set the tone of the discussion that we can have today is I wanted to understand what do you understand by monumental architecture or inclusive architecture? What is your thought about it, sir? Like, how do you see it today?
Well, monumental architecture is grand. It stands for an idea. It uh, has a meaning. It gives identity. Inclusive architecture is inclusive, stands for accessibility, community engagement. So when I first saw this topic, I was like, there is no debate here. We want both. But then as I kept thinking, I thought it's a very relevant topic for today at all levels. There are projects happening all over at India. At national level, we'll be seeing the Central Vista project that has gone into the same debate. And well, less of a debate, but the same arguments were presented to show that it's not only monumental but inclusive. It's the same with the Statue of Unity. There were controversies. At state level, Amaravati is something that we get into debate about. And even at local level, we have our own controversial projects. We don't want to go too deep into it. Not to make it very political, but to stay on architecture.
Bhimesh sir, how would you see? And I also would elaborate little more when I say it's like, if you say monumental and inclusive, what would the design principles you would want to include if you would talk about something on these grounds?
See, there are several criteria under both the ends. Monumental, if I talk about in today's context, it's branding. And if I take it as the institutional, maybe I'll take it as a soul searching. It's more of a marketing.
Monumental architecture is what you think?
No, that's branding. This is marketing. Because you're confined to a specific conditions. Whereas monument, it's presenting a lot of things. There is inclusivity in it. Inclusivity at different levels. It's not only at the conception level, including up to the user level, except the number of factors we are looking at, maybe the handicap factor, probably the percentage is higher today with the population. That's what I said, context level. With whatever we have been building up, damaging the nature. Which we don't come, we are looking at only we are physically handicapped. What about the lighting expert we're talking about? Polluting the skies. That's sort of damaging. So there are several constraints, and I think we cannot close it here.
So, Shastri sir.
Yeah, so your question that you wrote actually was a bit different maybe from what you actually pronounced. But then anyway, I'll read the question again.
So as we're taking it ahead, sir, so as sir mentioned, when he says the design principles that we get, and it's branding. So when I come to you, so if sir says it's branding, so that means, do you think it's branding towards a social interface, or is it something that you're looking at the political interface? Or if it's nothing at all, is it another billboard that we're looking at that are potential stuff?
Okay, let us first understand what monumental is in the context that we have been talking about. Monumental before independence, as India was continuously under the system of monarchy for a very long time. And as you understand the monarchy, the characteristics of monarchy always are to control people. So to control and to subdue, you needed huge structures. So the monumental that you are talking about before independence was mostly pertaining to that kind of a psychology, wherein people were expected to be more organized. The idea was to actually control people through everything, whether it was the buildings or through the order that was created, through the very stringent rules that were put up, the taxing, everything else. So everything was towards that, controlling people, avoiding the revolt. That was always the idea. But when you talk about post-independence, now when most of the world is a democracy, whether you like it or not, most of it is democracy. Very few countries are still, either anarchy prevails or some other kind of a system prevails. Okay, it's closer to democracy, and monarchy is almost non-existent as of today. And now when you talk about the monumental architecture, it is both ways. It is like monumental architecture is inclusive, and inclusiveness can be brought about in monumentality also, mainly because the thought process has changed. It is no longer the criteria of monumentality to kind of impose some kind of characteristics like being assertive or overwhelming or imposing a certain kind of an order on people. So it is quite different. So both of these can coexist. And as the branding part is concerned, it is, it actually, a lot of it to do with in today India is a geopolitical issue. It is not merely branding. It has a lot to do with, again, psychologically getting people to, indirectly finally vote.
Perfect. Actually, that's
Political branding, if you want to call it.
Today we talk about Dravidian style, any styles for that matter, architecture is a brand by itself. That's what branding I'm talking about, I'm referring about. Otherwise, we would have never categorized in under these styles, but not necessarily. Absolutely.
So, as Shastri sir just mentioned, yes, as we obviously monumental architecture comes from history, and then today that we again bring it together, it becomes inclusive, and then it all comes together as a political front, as a religious front, or it's also creating a stand for itself. Am I right, sir? Is that something what we are looking at? So, do you also have some thoughts what you would want to say? And so when we take architecture, for me, like when we say something about monumental architecture, I feel it has a huge social implication when a huge structure is placed on the mark of the earth. I think it has a very big social implication, and like when we go to pre-independence, it's either a mosque or a temple or something which has a religious value or a social value. Today, it becomes more public. So how is it that these two things are being married and brought forward?
Before I answer the question, I just would like to compliment Sastri. He mentioned that democracy is a form of a monument, inclusive. Democracy is, democratic government is like a monument where the entire country is being monitored, but elected by the people. So that means the people are part of the government. They actually determine what government is, and then of course government is actually working on. Coming back to your question, so mostly all these monuments that we call, maybe they are in history, the olden times. Even today they are being built like that's is that Burj Khalifa? Yeah, so that's it. So it's a current days only, but tomorrow probably it will become history. But what in my view monument is, which is also inclusive in a sense, it is a challenge that humanity has undertaken to stretch their limits of capacities. So that's how I see all those monuments. In fact, that was those were really the challenges that they were undertaken, and it required the people's participation in the sense to build them. So many kinds of skills were required. Probably we don't know the details, but I'm sure many of the people who were involved in those construction must have come up with many innovative ideas to build those pyramids and later huge arches, Roman time, and then later cathedrals that were built with different styles, particularly Gothic period. Similarly, that is continued. Even today, what the industry is doing is a monumental task to facilitate the monuments. So I see that that's where monuments in some way can also be viewed as participatory challenges that humanity has undertaken.
Right, sir. So, coming back to you. Yes, of course.
Monumentality and inclusivity, I just wanted to add a couple of points. One, like you were saying, democracy being monumental as well as inclusive, and which can be seen in that Central Vista project, where there were spaces that were part of the project that for the public, to engage the public, and also there were spaces planned outside for peaceful public protest and all that. So that sort of takes monumentality and inclusiveness together. Also, when we talk about inclusivity in monumental projects, it's not necessarily the purpose being functional for public purpose, but also to get the public involved. Even for like a project for a statue of unity. If it was any smaller than it is, then it becomes sort of a political issue, as in like, who would go to visit the statue? Only the fans of Patelji would visit. But now that it is like the tallest statue in the world, it has become a national identity. So it's a pride for the entire nation. So then it is both monumental and inclusive in that sense, is one perspective.
Yeah, to controversial little, but that kind of a thought is also a bit controversial. Why only Patels?
So, so that I think we can go on.
Just I just wanted to make another point actually. When we were talking about this inclusivity is also basically a thought more than design. It is a thought. All those buildings that were supposed not to include are now including. Like most of these forts that the Mughals had built, they had been built for the monarchy. They were for a very long time used by all the monarchs, and then came into the Britishers' hand, who used them as regiments. And now it is all open to public. So it is more in thought than in the building itself.
So,
at the same time, you have a lot of religious buildings which draw a line.
definitely, sir. So right now, if you so to just sum up this quarter that we are talking about. So when we talk about monumental architecture, it has an inclusivity, but there is also a reason. So as Kasi sir just mentioned, that if the structure was not as monumental as it is, it wouldn't make a mark. So that is what we are looking at, because the whole momentous journey of the structure to make a mark of it, but also as we talk from the history that the inclusivity is based on the need of an art, and today it is all about bringing people together. But when we my continuation to this, or my thought for this would be is like, I would really like to know. So when we are we're bringing the social aspect, we're bringing the aspect of showing power, showing wealth, the economics. Are we even looking at the sustainable part? Are we even bringing does it make an impact to the climatic or the climatic danger that the world is going through? Do these kind of structures affect or improvise? How is it that, or how is it that these structures can help us move ahead? Or just some thoughts on that, sir.
Yes, I think in my mind, the big debate is for monumentality. For inclusivity, of course, I think there is really no debate. Fortunately, The society, like, a democratic country like India, for sure, understands the importance of inclusivity and accessibility, community engagement. So there's not much debate about that. But for monumentality, I think the big debate is economic and sustainability. And so sustainability is to do with, how do we condition these large spaces. You're talking about grand structures and all, so how do we condition them? Where does the material come from? What is the choice of materials? Or what is the choice of sourcing of materials? Things like that.
Yeah, Sakira, let me say, so the grandness doesn't mean really it's consumption of a lot of materials. When I studied history, that is when I taught history, that's when I learned history really, when I was teaching. I noticed that the progression of human abilities in terms of these monumental structures from Egyptian pyramids to current sleek steel and aluminum and glass structures. What is noticeable is the amount of efficiency that has been brought into the construction industry. What used to take, suppose this kind of a hall was to be spanned in Egyptian time, it would have occupied an area of masonry, maybe 3 times this area. But today, hardly any thickness of the wall is required at this moment. So all these monumental constructions, in my opinion, when I studied the history, I noticed there are experiments to improve and improve towards more efficient way of doing it. So the efficiency is you're reducing the amount of material consumption. Aberrations are always there, but if you draw the line from the past to now, there is a tendency to improve the efficiency. That means reduce the naturally, if you look at put it in impact on the climate. Because the number of people that we have is huge compared to the earlier times, so that is another area. But in terms of construction, I'm sure there is an efficiency that is continuously taking place.
So, add on to the same question for you, because as you're the perfect bridge, I would also want to understand, so when we're talking about this efficiency, do you think, sir, that it has an impact on the urban platform? Do you think it's not only vertical or also, but it's also like, like small spurts, or or in other words, I would say like the urban sector that we see. Do you think the inclusivity also can be brought into that portion of architecture that we see today?
As I said earlier, inclusivity should be in the thought. So if it can be, and it is, as I said, just a few moments back when we were talking about democracy. So democracy space, thought is inclusivity. And as we take up public projects, it does involve inclusivity. But in the recent times, we have also seen that there are a lot of buildings being built in the private sector, in the private domains of people, which I don't think will come into the public domain like they used to earlier. There are a lot of buildings. Antilia, and the residents of the tycoon, business tycoon. So it has been built on a private domain. It's absolutely open to public. So this kind of a building, a few hundred years back, built, now is in public domain. But with the thought process having changed now, because we don't absolutely have nothing of that kind of, we are in different times. So these kinds of buildings are not going to open. But what you have in the urban scale is the Central Vista kind of projects and those kind of projects which are now more inclusive. They allow people from all the strata to explore these for their own pleasures, and sometimes even for knowledge, different kinds of things. When you talk about buildings, a built form being on that scale, a planetarium, for example, is a knowledge. Similarly, you have a lot of universities coming there on a large scale. These are buildings made for inclusivity. So Now it is, I believe it is more clear as to what is in the public domain, what is to be inclusive and what has to be.
So, Himesh sir, I would really request you to actually help us understand, now with all these books that we have, what is the future direction? Is it something that, how do you see the future with monumental or inclusive as it's a thought that we have understood? If it's a thought, how is it that, on the urban scale, what is the future direction for it?
Put a question back to you. Not only to you. In the modern times, we have gated communities. Do we call them inclusive or exclusive?
The gated communities, I think that is something the panel should talk about.
Generally, I mean, that's what I said. There are several criteria to judge or to relate or compare or even, I mean, whether to go away from each other or become together. It's just next to us, we all know. No, I'm just using my.
No, so when you say the gated communities.
Yeah.
So definitely the gated community, why I would say it is more inclusive than monumental, because there are some rules, there are bylaws that the government has put. So that is something that what we have just discussed, that it's not only about inclusivity of people, but there are so many sects of people that we need to bring them together. And when the gated community is today is nothing but a city within a city. That's how a gated community that we see. So it's building a small city within a large city, and that's how the ripple effect that we create. Better planning, as we heard today from the keynote speaker, that eco-wizard, how we design.
So if we take out the three motions, the monument is also the focal point of a development. People working together to live, to support each other. So the rejected of today's masterpiece of tomorrow. Right? So you can never say what is going to prevail. Like Sir started, maximum is started, what is going to prevail, avail, and travail. You use the three words to probably analyze and bring it out. So there is nothing, it's a cycle, I would say. How, I mean, sometime back we were also coming across the point monuments, more of man-made natural material. But when Dwarka drowned, we have Dwarka below the sea. Was it a climate change? Of that impact of that certain time, we are not still occurred. We are still studying. Right? So there are different aspects to look at. Yeah, another very specific point I want to make is the monuments which we are referring as history were more of community identity. There were not too many monuments around at the same place. But today's inclusive monuments are very next to each other until probably 2-3 more structures come next to Petronas or Burj Khalifa. The whole scene is going to change. The definition is going to change.
Sorry, thank you so much. I'm sorry, as we are running out of time. Can I get like 2 minutes only? So I think if. Okay, so can I just get like a closing statement from each one of you as to how would you, like, or your thoughts on today's topic? Just a closing statement so that we can all conclude.
I think so. The question is still monumentality is required today. Not sounds like it was going in the direction, and I think it is important. Inclusivity, of course, no doubt, but monumentality is important, and it is needed as far as the aspirations of the people are there, because it stands for it. And of course, it may not be tall, it can be wide, but the definition is grand gesture. I think it could be a big central park, which is again monumental. But monumentality needs to be there for the people to feel proud of, identify with. Right now, as for the future, the state needs identity after identification. The city, the Vizag, what are the what monuments do we have? Modern monuments, not ancient. Of course, yes, rich with ancient monuments, but what monuments do we have right now? And do we need something to be proud of, to identify ourselves with? Yes, we do. Thank you.
I think we should vote monuments as it is, because in spite of the years they have been glorious, they are still making money for the society. That's how I would say monumentality should still be there. And again, if we look at only as a building, it's different. Then context, if you take it, that time we could make monuments out of what is available. Today, industry gives you what you want for the monument you want to create.
Just a short thing on this. All monuments in public domain should be inclusive. What is there in private domain, of course, needs to also to be respected. With its, the way they are built and way if they are built for a purpose, they are built by private funds. They will be dictated by that. But all that is done ideally in the public domain should be inclusive, because that is the spirit of our constitution. So that is where it should be. And we, being the largest democracy, should always set examples, unlike the many other countries which have different kinds of philosophies within their democracies.
Wonderful, the spirit of our country.
Yeah, so monumentality is, in a way, it's a skill. So whether it is in the history or in democracy or wherever it is, it's only a skill. So human tendency or universal tendency is to grow. We don't go down, we actually want to grow. So if you take it and expand it, that is what monumentality is. But inclusiveness is, unless we all come together, the challenges cannot be taken up. Those monumentality will not really materialize. So they're not two separate entities, in my view. They're actually one single one. Like internet, it's not a single entity, but it's a huge entity. But at each unless each person is able to access it and use it, it's not monumental. It's not internet at all. So in that sense, though it is going to be like you asked the question now, what is the future? It's going to be, in my view, monumentality in a heterogeneous pattern would be there, and efficiency will continue to be there. So as I said, vibrations will be there, but the trend line is towards efficiency. So even climate is resilience will be able to achieve.
Thank you. That is the perfect crux to what we had to speak today for the evening. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. Had a wonderful discussion today.
Thank you so much. I request everyone to please stay back. Thank you so much, Abhignya, for hosting such an amazing panel.
It is indeed a surprise, that immediately after the great fall, Abhignya rises. We used to stand tall among a lot of us, a bit taller than her. Thank you so much.
I now request Mr. Srinivas Kanchirla from Wipro Seating Solution, along with Mr. Bablu Paidi from Ozone, to please come on stage and felicitate our Doyens panelists. Yeah. Okay, I request Mr. Babu Pairi from Ozone to please come on stage. Thank you so much. So I now request our speakers to please come forward for felicitation as I call out their names. So we start with Architect Krishna Kasi, Program Head, Masters of Architect from Geetam School of Architecture. I request you please come forward. Can we have a picture? Thank you so much. I now request Architect PRV Rao, Chief Consultant, Vinudna Architecture and Appropriate Ventures, Sense Design Environment, to please come forward. Thank you so much. I request Architect Sumaya Jila Lakshmi Narayan Shastri, the Director from Trios Architect. Thank you so much, sir. And last but not the least, Architect Y. Narasimha Rao, the proprietor of Vizag. Sir, can you please come forward? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And please, I request you all to wait for a group picture. Thank you so much, everyone. So coming back to our segment of introducing our partnering brands, we would now like to acknowledge, last but not the least, a brand that excels in manufacturing premium door hardware, glass fittings, and automatics with new and innovative technology. I request the team to please play the AV. Thank you so much. I request the team to please clear the stage. Thank you to the team of Aldo from the House of Dormakaba for the AV. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Niranjan Desai from Aldo by the House of Dormakaba. Please come and present further. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, due to some technical error, we'll just take 2 more minutes to start with the presentation. I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Namaste and good evening. I'm Niranjan Desai. I'll be introducing you to IU XLC, Dorma Cover's distribution brand. I'll be running you through our story from inception. I'll tell you about the IU XLC brand, the product range, and the business verticals that we cater to. Here's a brief history about the company. We are globally leaders in smart systems and sustainable solutions across the entire building life cycles. We've got 160 years of experience behind us. We're present in about 130 countries, upwards of 16,000 employees, greater than 1,800 patents, upwards of 100 million investments in R&D, and 2.8 billion in sales so far. This shows the geographical presence of Dormakaba Group. There's hardly any country left behind. We are present in all the continents and nearly every country in the world. These are our accreditations. We are ISO 9001 through green building certificate. So we are up to date with what the industry requires from a responsible brand. This is our state-of-the-art facility in Chennai. Ours is the country's first laboratory accredited by NABL for hardware testing. So this is where we do all of our research and development and testing before launching our products to the market. So this slide tells us about the brief history of Dorma and Kava and how we evolved to launch IDO XLC. There were two different companies, Kava and Dorma, which began individually from 1862 and 1908 and went on to merge as Dorma Kava in 2015. Going ahead in 2021-22, we launched a brand called IDO XLC, which was an exclusive distributor brand for hardware and architectural fittings. Here's a small AV, which tells us about the history of Dorma. My apologies for the technical glitch here. That's okay, I'll continue. Yeah, so I'll continue with my presentation. So we launched Dorma XLC as our brand for distribution in 2009 and went on to transition into IDO XLC by 2023. So right now IDO XLC is our exclusive distribution brand where we offer various kinds of architectural fittings. I'll quickly run you through the various products that we have. So IDO XLC, so far we've got about 2000 plus dealer network. We are present in about 200 and more cities. And we have more than about 400 products. And there are more being added as the days go by. We are a company which is having a brand commitment. We create architectural accessories and hardware for various kinds of premises, commercial and residential. The IDO XLC brand, it rests on 4 pillars of brand value, that is trust, being customer first, courage and performance. This is how the wedding industry is changing. We understand from our interactions in the market that from regular mechanical locks, we have changed to digital locks. We have shifted to more automatic and automation related entry systems and products. We've got eco-friendly and efficient products which are demanded by the industry, and we also have more demand for glass partitions and other kind related products. We are committed to building with a conscience. We have sustainability as a key differentiator. Towards that, we have our entire Chennai manufacturing facility, which is 100% powered by solar energy. These are the few offerings that we have. We've got door hardware, we've got glass fittings, we've got automatic door systems, and spiders, balustrade, and of course the digital door locks. So these are the various fittings that we have. These are the products that we are on offer. Oscillio glass fittings, where we have more of sound control, where we have a very limited number of inches. Easy slide shower systems, where minimalism is at the forefront right now, and IDO XLC is committed to providing new solutions with minimalism in mind. We've got glide guard door frames. And lately we have very recently launched digital door locks. There's a small gaming presentation on that also. I'll run you through that. These are the various models that we've launched, especially where you have different kinds of accessibility given either by security cards or through an app or through your fingerprint or PIN numbers. So biometric, PIN code, RFID, you've got a variety of access solutions. So for commercial projects, these are the products that we are having. We are having glass partitions, we are having automatic door closers, we've got regular door closers and biometric and the other kind of security door opening facilities. For residential projects, we are having regular doors, regular hinges, handles, locks, and then the digital range also. Also, not to forget the bathroom, the shower cubicles. That's about I2 XLC. We are having a stall. I invite you to visit our stall and take a look at the new range that has been launched. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Niranjan. And before we move to our next and final segment, I request the hotel team to kindly set the stage with the Spectra chairs by Wipro that features widest lumbar support, ensuring exceptional comfort during long hours of work and creativity. Its striking design, 3D armrest and wide back elevates our workspace, creating a perfect blend of comfort, style, and functionality. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the Spectra chairs by Wipro, the one that we can see on our screens as well. And now we move on to our final session of this evening, the next gen panel discussion with new age architects who will build the architecture of tomorrow. And to commence this, I'd like to first introduce our esteemed speakers on this panel. I'd like to start with our first speaker. He's an architect and interior designer celebrated for crafting inspiring residential and commercial spaces. His award-winning designs blend innovation with an uncompromising focus on quality, bringing a creative yet meticulously organized approach to every project. Please welcome our first panelist for this session, Architect Aditya Kumbatna, Principal Architect from Project IMC. Welcome to the show, Aditya. Moving on to the next speaker of this session. Since the beginning of his architectural journey in 2014, he has designed impactful and diverse spaces from hospitality venues such as cafes, restaurants, and pubs to large-scale projects like resorts, clubhouses, educational institutions, and religious sites like churches and temples. I invite our next speaker, Architect BMN Chakravarti, the founder and principal architect of Eternal Frames Architecture. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement. We just need 2 minutes of yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, I'm interrupting you again. I wanted you to be introduced to our business partner for Vizag. He'll introduce himself. Glass Concepts is the team that works here.
Thank you. And we are not only the hardware suppliers for the door, we give the complete solution on all your needs of frameless fittings.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And we begin with introducing our speakers. So our next speaker is with over 15 years of expertise in crafting transformative spaces. She's a passionate design enthusiast and believes that architecture has the power to revolutionize the user's way of life. With a storied career, she has the privilege of working alongside renowned architects such as Sirish Bedi, Usha Reddy Architects, and also architect Srinivas Rao. Please welcome on stage our next speaker of this session, Architect Pradyupta K.S., Principal Architect from Akar Architects. Welcome to the show, Pradyupta. Next speaker is a graduate in architecture from Andhra University in the year 2001 and has received his master's degree from the same university in environmental planning. He joined Oro Service D. Aurovilla Trust as junior architect in the year 2001. Having worked for several years with Oro Service, he had also moved to Larsen & Toubro, Chennai, and there on W.S. Atkins, Dubai, and Qatar to explore the various construction techniques and complex design projects. Please welcome on stage our next speaker, Architect Ramesh Naidu K, Chief Architect from D+D Architecture. Welcome to the show, sir. And last but not the least, we have our next speaker of this session. He's an accomplished architect based in Visakhapatnam with nearly 2 decades of experience in delivering innovative architectural solutions. As the founder and principal architect of his firm, he specializes in high-profile projects, including resorts, luxury villas, and public monuments. His design philosophy harmonizes architecture, landscape, and interiors, pushing the boundaries of creativity and functionality. Please welcome on stage Architect Soman C.H., Principal Architect from Soman Architects. Welcome to the show. On behalf of Architects and Interiors India and the ITP Media Group, I welcome you all to the Next Gen panel. And with great pleasure, I'd like to invite back on stage our moderator of this session, Architect Abhignya Grandi, Principal Architect and Founder, Abhignya Grandi. Thank you so much, Abhignya. Looking forward to a great panel.
Good evening, everyone, once again. I promise you that you will not be bored. This is going to be a very interesting panel. Very dynamic architects that we have here. And we have been waiting the entire evening to hear them speak, as they are the next gen, they are the future, and they are making a difference with a loud noise in the city and the country. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. I'm so excited to be a part of you all today. So, as again, getting back, as we have the topic is monumental and inclusive architecture versus or together. I think we can start up with that. Like, do you think today, in today's world, in 2024, is it a debate or is it a dialogue? Is it monumental versus inclusive, or is it a necessity that monumental architecture has to be inclusive architecture?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Architect and Interiors India and the team for calling us here. And thank you for all of you waiting to hear whatever that we're going to say now. And the question is, though I forgot, but I can get the gist of it. First of all, when the topic was sent to me, I read it as monumental architecture versus inclusive architecture, which didn't really sound well, because if you're comparing two things which are similar or opposite nature, you put a versus. But when you put a versus between things which are supposed to be together, then I started thinking just like Krishna Kasi, and I thought like, okay, why should I really look at it in the perspective of the world and as well as India? I'll not look at it in that perspective, though the questions that you are going to ask me about the world in general. I think about myself as an architect. So if I'm given an opportunity to design something monumental, will it be inclusive? Yes, if I get paid right, it will be inclusive. No, it will be inclusive. But the whole point is, if at all, like as an architect, you're given a task and you talk to any client of yours and they refer to some other project that they have seen, especially in residential, they have a palatial building. What do you mean palatial building? Palace-like building. Human nature has always been integrated with larger than life structures. And we have been seen through the history that monumental architecture was basically to showcase two things as far as I am concerned. One is power, second is wealth. So now coming to 2024, Mr. Shastri was talking, Architect Shastri was talking about Antilla. It's again power and wealth. From monumental architecture to we came to an arena where it is more personalized thing. Blessed are those architects from USA who designed it. Now we are even calling that a little odd looking building monument.
Yeah, I firstly like to thank Avijna for bringing me onto the panel and letting me sit with this, the rest of the panel who really inspired me throughout my entire journey in architecture, and thank you for that. And coming back to the topic again. So, well, I want to talk about my journey and how, monumental architecture and inclusive architecture as two terms were part of my journey, like how it actually reflected. So initially, as a very young boy coming out of college, I was always inspired with all the monumental structures, and I always wanted architecture to be huge, larger than like something like Bahubali, you said. Okay, so but then when I came across a small article, I mean it's in social. I've studied something which made a lot of difference, and I remember it still. So it is a study made on communities. It is basically during the 1890s. Someone called David Emily. David Emily. So he made a study which actually changed my perspective towards the monumental architecture. So his study was based on mental health. So mental health, how a social structure and integration can impact an individual mental health is something which made a lot of sense. He studied almost 4 or 5 cities, and he kind of understood. The understanding is that he studied the suicidal rates. So when it comes to suicidal rates, cities with less integration, community integration and social integration had higher rates of suicidal cases. And with the cities, it is again the vice versa. The cities with more community integration and cultural activities had less suicidal rates, which actually hit me in a very different way. That's when I started, looking at architecture in a very sensitive way, and how things can, tiny things can make a lot of difference. So I think monument, for the question you asked, probably monumental architecture back then, like 50 years back, it was a different case. As Sir said, it was about the pride and money which was supposed to be shown off, or it was altogether a different scene. But now, if we are about to build any monumental structures, or it has to be hand in hand. It is definitely going to integrate the inclusivity because we are about to think, we are about to design something for the future, which is going to stand there for another 100 years. And now the current era is growing like anything with the integration of AI, VR, AR. So definitely there will be a lot of things that can be thought. I mean, we will definitely have a bunch of points which can be rethink. I mean, the way we were practicing till date, and now things might change. Definitely, monumental architecture will have a new definition, which includes the inclusivity as a part of it. That's what I feel.
It's very well said, I think already. So very few points. I think it will be a yes. In my perspective, I should say there is no architecture if there is no inclusive architecture. I don't think it is even hard architecture. Which is my first question in fifth year as one of my professors. So why are we even fighting about green architecture, sustainable architecture? Don't you think it's a marketing strategy? Isn't it? And well, I think everybody agrees on that. Okay, let's sit. We are in a community, we are in a society, we have to earn money, so let's use it. Right? That's the anyway. So but I feel that first thing, it cannot be versus, it has to be together. It has to be together, whether you design a street, whether you design a community, whether you design monumental is only not just for a built structure. It can be even for a huge tree where people come there to talk. It can be something where you are exclusively giving a space where people come here. People believe that this is a place where I can be safe. So when you feel strong about it, that's when you feel it's monumental. When recently we have worked on a few government buildings, this occurred where a couple of people who are sweeping the floors of the veranda and all these, or the village people who are there around that government building, they all felt those kind of verandas help them feel the building is part of our village or part of their society. So I think that aspect has to be sustained in the requirement as architects what we get. That's when you achieve the monumentalism with inclusive architecture. I don't think versus is even valid.
Yeah. Well, for me, definitely monumental architecture is something existing from ages, right from the pyramids and then the huge temple structures in India and elsewhere. Then it initially started with religious structures for the sake of religious offerings, like huge gatherings used to happen. And then later on, as we thought, it's to display the power and wealth, the kings have started building huge forts and then their palaces and all that. And it'll never go, it will still continue. If you see the present trend, then every country wants the
tallest tower in their countries, just maybe to attract the tourism, or it can be, or they want to display their wealth or power again. So it is something, it will never go again, it will keep growing. If you see Dubai, he wants everything there, like largest, biggest, everything he wants to be there in the country, just maybe to create some tourism impact there. So definitely inclusivity is something, it should be, it is required, it should be part of the monumental design, yeah. And it's not, monumental design is, there are other two aspects I would see. Monumental design is something required, not just to display the wealth and power, it would also need for the climate change. So you can also see this cyclone rehabilitation centers. That's something, a huge size it is required. So when we can call it as a monument, a massive design, we call it as a massive structure. Instead of massive structure, we'll make it a monument. So the all it takes is another 20% of excess money to treat it well, so to make it monument. So that's one aspect. And another thing is to pandemics, to hide out from the pandemics. Again, like it's a huge community you want to protect. You see the Wuhan entire city itself is locked. So why can't it maybe it can be a building in future, multiple buildings. So that's why I look at as monumental structures in future, and it definitely inclusive. And let me bring you another thing. I will talk about exclusive architecture. Maybe a different sense. I want to bring it just briefly about 2 minutes. So we are talking about inclusive architecture, talking about to design for paraplegic and maybe LGBT communities to bring in, and yeah, for everyone to include. But we are actually missing the lot of things in the architecture. We are excluding many things. That's what I feel. So sorry to bring up again the same issue, Vignya. The design here is excluded, exclusive design. It's not inclusive. And yeah, and many areas like when we like the railing heights, there are certain standards we need to follow. There should be 1100 high. God, it has to be protected. But only we give 1000 the standard says 1100. So and then the hand rails which we provide, we never do the double skin like laminated glass. It's not protected. So I would say so we are excluding a lot of things. So when we reach the inclusive design, that's my take on it.
Thank you.
See, I like giving the brother because it's not about versus monumental architecture. Inclusive architecture is the basic duty of an architect in any design, whether it is a residential building, a public building, anything like this, it has to be inclusive. Because inclusive is a basic duty, like how ventilation, lighting, and other factors that we consider in a part of the design principles, inclusivity also. So it's needed, it's essential in the present day context because we are in a democratic country. So we have to include it. And inclusivity is not only in terms of accessibility. See, accessibility is only one parameter of inclusivity. So inclusivity also we have to include social, cultural, economical, political. So a lot of factors that we need to include into the design. So I think the best inclusive design is a monumental architecture, because back in day the accessibility may not be the criteria to follow, because at the time the cultural backgrounds and other factors are different, because maybe the physically challenged people may not be the given criteria. That's not a bad thing, but definitely today's context, we have to respect all everybody, every individual in the society. So coming to the monumental architecture. So monumental architecture is a very key design that we need to cultivate in the society, because monumental architecture emphasizes adding to the just all the points. There are so many other points that we need to look into the monumental architecture. That is social, national pride, collectivity also. When you identify the monument, it belongs to us. So that is the collectivity in the society. So monumental architecture is about inclusivity in a lot. So inclusivity, if you talk about only the human, like only single person inclusivity, it is very minute in terms of architectural design, entire totality. So monumental architecture is one is the other way, it is an inclusive architecture for a broader scale.
Fantastic. So, as I think all of us have agreed, it's not versus, it always together. So when we say monumental architecture has to have inclusive architecture, it's not only about monumental architecture, every architecture, everything that we design, inclusivity is very important. So my next question would be, is something which Aditya and most of us have spoken. So when we are talking about monumental, we're building a palatial building or something huge, something to connect with, make a statement, both politically, religiously, socially, and also to show power and strength. But in this process, are we forgetting the aesthetic sensibility? Is that something that that is being compromised just to show strength?
I didn't get it when you asked, are we losing aesthetic sensibility?
No, not losing, compromising aesthetic sensibility. Like when we looked at our building, as in the previous panel, we said, okay, it's a big building, but it's not a very beautiful building. That was what was mentioned. Like, I know it is like person to person perspective. I wouldn't say that it is everyone what they think. But like when you have a huge structure, is it something that along with all this, the aesthetic sense, like something like when we go back, we talk about the colonnades, they're like very beautifully crafted, and now we have columns which are just straight rectangles. So in this process, are we forgetting aestheticism?
I'll take that in two lines. The first line I'll talk about my grandmother, my father's mother. She passed away, and when she was there till 90 years, she used to watch every movie that used to come in the theaters. Every movie. So I used to tag along with because she was an elderly lady. She loved it. So one day I got really frustrated and asked her, why every movie? I mean, movies also you're watching it. If somebody didn't like it, why did they make it? Simple. So when you ask aesthetic sense about architecture, right? So you work with government agencies. Majority of the monumental structures that in the current generation we are talking about are all government based, and we all criticize the aesthetic sense of the government agencies that we go and request for the project. So we are actually dependent on the individual to judge what is aesthetic looking and what is not aesthetic looking. So technically, unless the monumental architecture, a client and an architect can proudly stand up and say size does matter. And in that scenario, the monumental architecture comes in. Even if you Google monumental architecture of Visakhapatnam, Ramakrishna Beach shows it. So yeah, Ramakrishna Beach is also monumental architecture. As long as you're happy with the time that you are in the time that you're given, and you're able to justify the deed, it is aesthetic. Because beauty lies in the eyes of a keypad holder who is doing the AutoCAD.
Like to add on something to that. So if beauty lies in the beholder or the keypad is what we say. So if we are looking at that, then breaking barriers, because accessibility is all about breaking the barriers between the various brackets is what we say. Can this breaking of barriers happen on the urban scale also?
Scale as in.
So I don't know if you're aware of, because I'm sure you would be. So there was something as like the Europe started as a super value project where they didn't want a difference between the cars and the pedestrians. So they wanted to break barriers and say that this and the road and the footpath is at the same at the same level. So when that comes in, of course, there is a sense or there is a strain of security. But again, there is a beauty, like you can bring in plants, and you can bring in all that. So how does that?
It's subjective, I think, because when it comes to a place like India, designing something like that requires more of discipline. And the users are Indians, and I'm not sure if we can really adapt such concepts. I'm not sure about it. But then, yeah, it is again, when you see these gated communities, they have a different sort of environment which is built like probably they segregate all the holy
I can answer that. Basically, the barrier-free zones, what we are calling, also can be very inclusive zones. For example, it comes as a, like we call, while designing, we call it as a mixed-use building. But when you look at a monument, for example, recently I've been to Greece and I was visiting Parthenon. People jog, literally they jog through Parthenon. One guide will be explaining you this is Parthenon, and you see two guys running. So technically, the barriers are already broken. You go to a mall, you see people doing different activities in the mall. It's not just shopping anymore. Even the monumental structure of the mall basically defines the usage in the other perspective. But people started using it, and the basic governments and the authorities started utilizing that monumental space to be inclusive of so many other mixed uses in the same arena.
So as it's already a barrier-free zone that we all are agreeing for. So when we come back to inclusivity again, and just a quick question to you is, do you think that architects can engage communities or the local people as part of the designing? Like, can we like develop like maybe like a game or an app, where, like something could be laid out, like maybe the master plan, like the brief master plan, and then we get, a database so that, those correct, because it is the inclusivity of the local people. Do you think something like this also could be brought up in a city like Visakhapatnam?
Definitely something like that input is required in every city. But you and I can discuss today here, but the authorities are the people who are making the whole, because they have to be sensitive to what we want. See, we come up with this whole option and then we come up with all these 10 things that we want to include in this kind of thing. But the authorities also should be that sensitive to understand and sustain it. And as we said, like it may or may not be adaptable to our society. That's the reason today you are asking me that if the society want to accept this barrier-free zone, or this we are going to do like a polling. So you get 99% votes on that, then let's do it. But then the authority may not agree for it. I'm thinking, wider ways. So there are argumental things in this, because it's not a conclusive answer. But yes, definitely it's a good idea to consider public opinion. But not everyone will think on a wider way. Everybody may be more selfish and understanding a few things. So probably we have to shortlist a few people who are good at it, and then bring them together, and also educate our authorities to understand why we are suggesting such a change in society. So because all our bills, for example, I will frankly speak, Hyderabad Secretariat doesn't include public bill. I don't feel that I belong to it. See, when something which is monumentalized so much that I don't even fear it. This is by the people, for the people, it doesn't look like by the people or for the people. So it is like that. So if we are sensitive, I would wish the authorities also giving us the freedom to utilize it.
Well, I agree with that. Like your point that inclusive architecture is for everyone, like all age groups, right from the kids to the elders and all communities, as I earlier mentioned, LGBT communities. Everyone
is, we are not talking about accessible design here, we are talking about inclusive design, so everyone should be part of it. So I think definitely, right, see, we cannot understand every psychology of some community, we don't understand as a human, maybe I may understand about only male. So I should talk about the women and to understand what exactly they want to include in this particular community. Similarly, we have to definitely include the kids and understand what, so generations are changing, their priorities are changing. So we should include this.
So already, as it is, so adding on to this, so if inclusive architecture is so important and the government should, like maybe adopt it, is it something that we should have, like a different sector which says, like a not a consultant, but like an architect who's only specialized in the inclusive architect, all the designs that come in, or it is something that has to be the ethos of the whole design?
Essentially talking about the urban design context.
Yes, as a person.
In urban design context, there are, we know as based on our studies, we know the basic rules of urban design, what to be included, what to be not to be included. So there are certain standards out there. We always learn that we try to incorporate in urban design, where and when we always want to do the best urban design. 5 minutes, yeah. So, but see, whether it is an urban design or house design, so ultimately users are the main keyword. So if you're designing a house, ultimately we take the opinion of the users of the householders who are, going to construct this house. So when you consider the client's opinion and their taste, definitely when you do an urban design, you have to definitely consult the users of the.
Perfect. So, as we just have 3 minutes, can we just have a closing note, like as to just bring the crux to the entire thing?
I would say it's a monumental task by the organizers to make everybody inclusive at 10:40 p.m. So everybody gets it. So keep it simple when we're talking about monumental architecture and inclusive architecture. What happens as an architect, everybody has their own struggles in a day-to-day life and we deal with the projects. I would say just make sure that your clients feel whatever that you're building for them is monumental and inclusive.
I would say, yes, we would need monumental structures to show the pride that I belong to this particular city or this particular country. Because when I see Bangalore newly constructed airport terminal 2, I felt really proud that everybody is entering into this place. We're holding the cameras. Everybody does that instead of holding the boarding passes. So that is something everybody feels proud about. And I felt at least there should be 20 such airports across the country. So it is inclusive design. So definitely, as an inclusive design is as much important as any, as you said, ventilation. So it has to be included in every part of the design. But yeah, monumental structure is also the need of an art because we are losing, that kind of orientation is what I propose.
I think the very first thing that I said, they both of them go hand in hand. And for me, the best examples are temples. Our temples are very monumental, they're very inclusive, they're very down to earth. Anybody can just walk in, spend some time, do your meditation, to realize something. So where you are not away from the sky, and I think it's the best. But I feel that has to be included in our daily spaces. That's when I think we've achieved.
Well, we all agree that monumental design should be inclusive, so we have to go with the inclusive design. I have 2 more points to share. Like inclusive design is not for the people accessible with disabilities or for the visually impaired or for the
audio impaired. It is also for everyone, it will help every one of us. Like, so, when you go to the airports, you cannot climb steps with a huge luggage and all that what you have. So definitely you need ramps. So it will definitely be helpful for all of us with ability also. That's one thing. And when it comes to, I want to briefly talk about the balancing grandeur with accessibility. So when I read that sentence, I would see the temples definitely should be grandeur enough, huge, like we cannot escape with those huge steps, maybe 20 steps or 100 steps to reach the temple. That is something we cannot avoid. It's part of the culture, and some people pray for it. Like, I want to walk with my knees, rise up to those 1,000 steps to reach my wish when my wish is fulfilled. So that's something we cannot avoid it. So inclusive design is something should be part of every monumental design. That's one of the reasons. So we cannot avoid that grandeur thing.
So we are all agree that inclusive design should be in every design, and should have incorporated in every design. But coming to the monumental architecture often, it gives very powerful tool to structure the society, and it always a symbol of identity and culture. And it always gives a pride, and it leaves a lost impact, very long-term impact in the society for the ages, and the best part, like monumental architecture, is also sustainable architecture because it stands for thousands of years. See, one of the ones building stands for thousands of years. We don't need to construct 10 buildings for every 100 years. Right. So it's like very sustainable in terms of approach, in terms of time. So monumental architecture is always need of definitely. We always know that as an architect is definitely, because we all go out and love to see monuments and celebrate and talk about the history and everything.
Okay.
So, can we take one question from the audience? Anyone has anything from the audience?
Thank you, Abhinav. So I don't want to take much time of yours. I'm just recollecting some of the memories that I had. Like, architects are known as night owls, and you are growing it literal sense that you are making us sit here and involved in the conversation. So I'm architect Kavya Purnima Barajepalli, and I'm my focus area is on inclusive architecture, with a primary focus again on universal design and accessibility. So it's really hard to sit here and listen to the entire discussion, not participating in the discourse that I am very close to. But then it's interesting to learn about others' perspectives as well. So here I wanted to share a few things, like very quickly, few things, okay? So users we were referring to. So users, maybe people were saying about not just about disabled or not like non-disabled, or maybe broadening the understanding of it. We can take it in this manner. Let us put persons with disabilities as a term, remove the persons and replace it with women, senior citizens, children, tribal, right? Migrants, transgenders, anywhere disability is reflected. Disability is not a homogeneous identity. Okay, so, and when we are talking about sustainable architecture and talking about climate action, right? There, maybe I wanted to also bring my research point where IPCC 2022 report says that to tackle the climate change in a better way, in an efficient way, we have to eliminate the inequalities, be it on the basis of gender, abilities, race, the name, like you name it, you have to work on eliminating the inequalities. So from the inequalities, we are moving towards equality and then equity. So equity is the entirely like new universe itself, I mean, within itself. So yes, disability has intersections within itself. It is a bedrock of diversity and we should never ignore that, okay? So universal design, yes, it caters to all the user groups. So when we are talking about clients, they are the users and they also include, like there will be a senior citizen within the family, there will be a pregnant woman, there will be a person with disability, temporary or permanent, or there will be a person with chronic illnesses. So because we are in the aging and ailing population in India and across the world, and the stats also are. So I mean,
is there a question coming up?
This is not just a question, just to complement the entire discussion that happened where there were some missing links that I wanted to highlight. So I am taking this opportunity to just share a few missing links from my end. And I would like to request everybody who's practicing here to really look into the user groups and the diverse like categories. So that is something from my end, and there were many questions I noted down, even from the previous panel and even from this panel. But then I think there's no time for really like discussing with like among the audience. Maybe I can connect with everybody in person and discuss it further. So thank you so much for listening to me, and I'm here I'm here for a while now, and I would like to connect with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I want to conclude on that because since as Shastra already mentioned that the
Brilliant. Yes, thank you so much. I think it was a fantastic discussion that we had today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a wonderful evening tonight with this fantastic panel that we have amongst us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abhigya, and all the speakers here. That was a wrap, ladies and gentlemen, for the next gen panel, and it was an absolutely thrilling debate indeed. I request everyone to stay back for the felicitation. I'd like to invite Mr. Jaykumar Niranjan, the Vice President Business Development from Marble Center International, and Mr. Sripati Venkatesh from Fundomax to please come on stage and felicitate our esteemed speakers. Can we have a huge round of applause for everybody here? Now I request our speakers to come forward for felicitation as I call out their names. I request Architect Aditya Kumbatla, the Principal Architect from Project ILC, to please come forward. So you may also join, please. Yeah. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Architect D.M. Chakravarti, the founder and principal architect from Eternal Frames Architecture. Can we have a round of applause while we felicitate our speaker? Thank you so much. And next we have Architect Pradupta here, the principal architect from Akar Architects. Architect Pradupta, can you please come forward? Can we have a round of applause? We next have architect Ramesh Naidu, Chief Architect from V+C Architecture. Please can we have a round of applause while we felicitate our speaker. Thank you. And last but not the least, we have architect Shobhan CS, Principal Architect from Shobhan Architects. Thank you so much. Can we have a group picture? We've felicitated you already. Okay, can we have a group picture? And that's a wrap for everyone for Design Debate and the Vizag Edition. I thank you all for your patience and being an amazing audience. And from me and the entire team of ITP Media, I'd like to thank our sponsors, our associate partner, LUK and Wipro Lighting and Wipro Seating, category partner, Pandamax, Ozone, I from the House of Dharma Kava and Maudu Center International. Thank you all for your support. And of course, I'd like to thank our esteemed audience, our dear team, our curator and moderator, and the speakers of both the panels for taking time and making this event a phenomenal success. Vizag, it was a pleasure to be here and we hope to see you guys again. And